Dear friends, good morning. So we will start the second day of our small conference here. I hope you all did get a good sleep. Perfect. And we will now, for our first presentation for today, we will actually step away from Hiiumaa and away from Estonia to the inland waters of our friends in the neighboring country. And we will hear about inland underwater archaeology in Latvia. Jānis, please.
Yes, thank you. So, good morning, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. And thanks to the Estonian Maritime Museum for organizing this conference and having me speak here about inland underwater archaeology, not connected to maritime archaeology at all. And I will keep strictly to that. And I won't wander off into the sea. A story about what has been happening in the sea in Latvia in regards to underwater archaeology is for another day and another theme. So yes, I'm an archaeologist, but I'm not an underwater archaeologist. I'm not a diver, just a regular kind, and working as a researcher at the Latvian Academy of Culture. And this is the title of my today's presentation. So from humble beginnings to greatness and back again to humble beginnings. So let's dive in. Basically, this presentation is, this story is sort of a byproduct of our new project that is titled Archaeological Heritage in Inland Waters, Islands and Lake Settlements in the lakes of Latvia, which just started this year. So we still have 2.5 years to go. We've just, taking up speed. And these are the research questions that we These are the research questions that we've put forward. To kind of summarize it, the idea of this project is to look at on these inland lake and these islands in lakes as a whole, so not to divide them into lake settlements and natural islands with some sort of traces of habitation and archaeological features, but rather to look them as a complex phenomena and a feature. And we've earmarked 28 locations all around the country, but mostly in the eastern part of Latvia, and especially in Vidzeme, where we have both the lake settlements and also the natural islands with some sort of archaeological traces on them. So we plan to survey all the places and make excavations in 2 or 3 of them. And we also have, besides me and my colleague Juris Urtāns, archaeologist, we have our colleagues who are working with traditional culture, folklore, and the local people, and so to say the sociological side of this. And we're also interested in this sort of a intermixed project. So we're also interested into the how the people think about these islands, and nowadays, are they just a feature in the landscape? Do they have some sort of a meaning? Is there still some folklore alive about them? Of course, every project starts with going through to the archive and going through the research that has already been done. So I went to the archive and looked through the survey reports from the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. And this gave me a possibility, a chance to take a deeper look at what happened back in those days, and how underwater archaeology started in Latvia. And as yesterday we heard about the people being so important in all of these stories, and especially Vallejos as like the centerpiece of it all in the Estonian story. So the centerpiece in the Latvian story is Jānis Meinerts, an archaeologist who started his career in the late 50s. So basically he was one of the people from the kind of second generation of young professional archaeologists in the post-World War II Latvia. And quite similarly to Vallejos, actually, listening to it yesterday, I thought that he was also one of his main qualities that set him apart was his great communication skills. He was also the kind of person that was very passionate about what he was doing, and he would go to measures to find the right people, to talk to right people, to have resources devoted to the research, to have water level lowered in a lake so he could excavate the lake settlement, and so forth. He was not afraid to talk to anyone, and he actually managed to convince them that what he was doing was very important and they should help him. He was also always the heart of the social gatherings and so forth, and university liked by colleagues and students alike. However, he was not a person who was very keen on writing, not because he couldn't, but he just simply thought that that was not the most important thing. The most important thing for him was telling the tales by himself, and actually in the later part of his life to build the physical reconstruction of the lake settlement. So much of the research that he has done remains unpublished or is just published only as popular overviews. And also the archive materials, as we will see, are sometimes quite patchy. Of course, the first encounters didn't happen in the late 50s with underwater heritage in lakes. The first recorded case of doing any sort of research out of scientific interest in the lake in Latvia happened in 1838, but that was search for fossils by Georg Friedrich Parrot from the St. Petersburg Academy of Sciences using a diving bell. But the first interest in archaeological features was by an amateur archaeologist, Carl Georg Graf von Sievers, in 1876, and he was a victim of the pile-dwelling fever that was sweeping over Europe at that time. And he, by gathering information from locals, he caught wind of this lake Āraisi, and there are some piles visible around the island. And he went on to excavate a small test pit there in 1876. He found the remains of wooden structures, and then in 1877 he actually got invited Rudolf Virchow, the famous German researcher, to come and also excavate in Āraisi, and he also found the same traces. And Virchow's conclusion was that this is a late Iron Age sort of settlement that might have been even there in the early 13th century when the Crusades happened. But Greving from Tartu, he was completely against this idea, and he argued that it's actually a Stone Age, some sort of Stone Age settlement, and actually not a very interesting one, and it's not a pile dwelling, it's not a lake dwelling, it's something else. And as Sievers was not only a victim to the pile dwelling fever, he was also caught a real fever and died in 78. He was not able to continue his research, and only in 1922 there was another small test pit done there, which again, the person who did it was not very professional. He didn't understand what he had found, and he basically agreed with Greving that there's nothing much interesting there. Of course, now we know that Āraisi, as the name that comes back again, and you will also hear it a lot in this presentation, it was the place of these huge excavations by Appels in the 60s and 70s, now reconstructed as an in-situ open-air museum. And but the information in periodicals continued to appear in the late 19th and early 20th century about finds coming from lakes, piles in lakes, houses in lakes. In the interwar period, nothing much happened in inland underwater archaeology or underwater archaeology in general. There were the first ship excavations, professional ship excavations in Riga in 1939, but those happened in very wet but surface archaeology conditions, and there is some information, very small bits of information in papers about the activities of a diver called with the surname of Pavels, who actually organized at least one expedition, diver expedition, where they dived in river and possibly also some lakes in Latgale. but we don't know anything about what they found there or what they actually did there. We just know that they did that sort of expeditions, but nothing of it ended up in the heritage authorities. And then we come to the 1950s, and similarly to many places in the world, this was the time when the books by Jacques-Yves Cousteau were very popular. Everybody was reading about his success and these romantic adventures, diving into the waters and seeing the silent world. And one person that was very interested in these books and inspired by them was Jānis Meinerts. He was a history student that had just finished his studies in 1956. He was working as a teacher, and he was also a passionate diving enthusiast. And in the 1950s, in that period of time, the place where you could actually learn to dive was this DOSAF organization, or the Volunteer Society for Assistance to the Soviet Army, Aviation and Navy. So basically a paramilitary kind of organization, but a lot of people just use it as a place to, do some technical sports. So that's where he learned to dive. And he was very interested in the folk tales and stories that mentioned houses, villages, churches, and castles that sunk into the lakes. And he wanted to find out, is there any truth to that? So in 1958, still before he got his certificate as a diver, he took a friend, Juris Pantelejevs, and this is Appels on the right, and he convinced two professional archaeologists, Jānis Graudonis and Vladislav Surtāns, who is in the picture in the middle, to go together with them to a lake which had all of these legends associated with the lake settlements, what later became known as lake settlements, about castles being sunk in lakes. This first try in 1958 was unsuccessful. They didn't find anything there, but it was the first try. So again, the first try already happened together with professional archaeologists. Unsuccessful, but still they tried. And in 1959, he got his certificate, that he's a certified diver. And already in the summer of 1959, he organized the first survey campaign. This he did completely on his private initiative and resources. He was not employed by any organization. So he checked 8 lakes and 1 river, and did quite an extensive survey in Lake Ludze that I'll return to later on. And this was very, very successful. He was very, very lucky. We heard yesterday that luck is a very important component, and he was extremely lucky because he found, in this first 8 lakes that he checked, he found 4 lake settlements already. This was sort of, and he based his surveys on information from some popular science articles, from periodicals, and done by some local historians, and also information from professional archaeologists in the case of Lake Ludze. But what happened was that this was something staggering, like something exceptional, and because he had basically found a new category, or rediscovered a new category of archaeological monuments, settlement type, and he went on to find 6 more, so in total 10 Latgalian lake settlements that at that time, of course, they didn't have the precise dating for or anything, but it was clear that it's something very special. He immediately was invited by the Institute of History just days after returning from this expedition by receiving this small note that says, I would like to meet you and discuss a certain matter that you might be interested in. And basically he was immediately invited to work as a junior research assistant from September the 1st. And he held this position until 1994, the same position of junior research assistant. And he only got his doctor's degree in 95, and actually without writing a full dissertation at that point. They thought that he had earned it with his work. But of course, it's a bit tricky, right? So anyway, basically he had now an interest in institutional backing for his work, and already in 1959 he cooperated in the summer of 1959 in Lake Ludza with professional archaeologists and other people who were doing research there under leadership of Andres Schultz, who had constructed this trawler type of device that they use to scoop up earth and look for Stone Age artifacts in Lake Ludza in Latgale. But Appels also did diving in the lake, and more artifacts and information was retrieved. And these photos actually this is the first time that they're seen anywhere. We just found them last Friday in the local museum, so it's very fresh material. And how did it look in 1959? He had just finished the courses, and he did have an aqualung, a breeding system, and he had the flippers, but he didn't have a diver's suit, and he had made it himself by stitching it from rubber. The mask was made from window glass with some rubber that he got from a shoemaker's workshop, and the snorkel was made from bits from gas masks with the tubes of empty tubes of cut up empty tubes of toothpaste. So it was all very, very makeshift, because he just couldn't get the equipment anywhere in 1959. And and in most cases, he just free dived, with a snorkel or with a snorkel and this self-made costume. And only in Ušurs, I think in the September, when he started to do like a detailed survey of Lake Ušurs Lake settlement, he actually dived with an aqualung system. Because he just didn't simply have the means to get the balloons filled with air. And so yes, now he had an institutional backing, and he went on to have these surveys every summer in the next few years. So from 1960 to 63, you can see the statistics on the screen. He visited quite a large number of lakes and other water bodies and swamps, continued the fieldwork in Lake Ušurs, and he managed to find 4 new lake settlements, so bringing the number up to 8. And also some other structures, like a medieval settlement in Lake Valgjärv that had been flooded over after the water level rising, and some weird pile structures in Varni swamp. And although the number of places surveyed is quite big, not that many remains turned up. And this is when he started, from 1960, when he started to base his survey plans on the information that he could get out of the archive of the interwar period Board of Monuments, and also from the folklore materials in the Institute of Literature and Folklore. But still, in this time, although he had an institutional backing, all the transportation was done by trains, buses, motorcycles, mopeds, and only in 1963 he got 1 or at some point 2 people coming together with him, and he actually got a van for the expedition. So it was all still quite makeshift. And then in 1964, it was kind of the best organized expedition from all. A month-long expedition, a lot of places checked. Continued excavations, started actual excavations in Lake Ušurs. 2 more lake settlements found in this year, and as you can see, he's already had the luck of getting a real diving suit and supplementing his equipment with more professional stuff, and instead of the self-made things that he used in the beginning. He was very lucky to accidentally find, without looking for it, in this diving suit, Calypso, in a box in an army surplus warehouse where they were buying stuff for the excavation campaign, and the Soviet official who was there, he just didn't know what that is. And so how they ended up there, nobody knows, but he was very lucky, and he just bought the box fresh off him because he knew what was in there. So yes, and this is a well-provided expedition with a driver, a van, and an official appointment and everything. And they also tried to do the first attempts at underwater photography, but over the years they didn't get to a good solution. Were not able to make a good photo box. So there are actually no images, at least that I know of, from her underwater images from his surveys. And the descriptions in the survey report of 1964, they become much shorter, and than they were before, much less detailed, and it kind of closes up. He says, like, okay, we went to this lake for the third time. We can't find anything there. With the means that are in our disposal, we're not able to make any progress, and at this point, we should just stop. And this was the year when they, in 1965, the next year, when there was still some surveying going on, but he shifted to these large-scale excavations from the underwater surveying. So, and from 1965 onwards, we don't have a set of survey reports in the archive. Those are just bits of information published somewhere in the literature, but not detailed survey reports. So it becomes fuzzy what happened from 1965 onwards. And as I said, he departed from these underwater works towards large-scale excavations in kind of wetland situation. And the biggest of them, of course, was in Aaraiši, which was a huge undertaking from 1965 to 69, and then again from 75 to 79. In 1967, there was another survey campaign. Again, there is no reports in the archive, just very short notices in the literature. But this was the first time that they did a really thorough underwater examination and recording of, supposedly, of Vilkmuiža Lake, of burials in Vilkmuiža Lake in Kurzeme, and they came to the conclusion that the water level had risen, and those were actually ordinary cremation burials did in dry land. And in 68, a very interesting thing happened in Lake Lis, or Pintelis, one of the 10 lake settlements, that there was a group of volunteer divers from the University of Latvia that did, for a month, did a very detailed recording of the lake settlement as it was in situ without excavating it in underwater conditions. But again, the problem of documentation. We know that they divided all of the lake settlement in 2x2 squares and systematically went through them and surveyed them, retrieved a large amount of ceramics and artifacts. But it is unclear if Appels ever produced a complete plan of what they recorded. The best that I've been able to find is this plan, which has only a small section of it drawn out. So I'm not sure if it was finished. And in 73, when Appels was already not diving himself, he was employing these volunteer divers from the university sports groups that he started to retrieve samples for dendrochronology dating, because at that point he had already established good cooperation with people from Moscow who could date these samples. And so this is the photos from 1973 survey. And I think we saw the same kind of dive suits yesterday also used by Viker. Yeah. And so what's the final score? The final score that Appel himself gives is 124. And then it's been, in literature, it's gone from 103 to some places even 300 places, which is absolutely not true. So the detailed information that I was able to get out from the 1958 to 64 survey campaigns are as follows. So in 4 cases, he just talked to locals, obtained some information, didn't do any surveying or diving. In 42 cases, he went out into the lake with a boat and with a long pole and did some searching, but didn't dive. And in 24 cases, he free dived, and that's the most of kind of surveying that he did, which again, of course, for those of you who are divers, you can get a understanding of what that means. And it's only in 6 places from 58 to 64 he actually used an aqualung to do like a really proper long-term dives. So about only 1/3 or 1/4 of the sites he dived in, and not all 124 or 23, which is the total number in the end. And in the 90s, what happened in the 90s, because in 73 it kind of ends and nothing happens after that. In the 90s, when everything was changing, there was a very active diver, Valdemar Srains, who appeared. He was working in the sea more than in inland waters, but he had established some contacts with colleagues from Sweden, and in 93, the head of the Stockholm Maritime Society, at least that's how it's called in Latvian in the recordings, I'm not sure. Lennart Karlsson visited 8 sites together with Appels and Rains, and they wanted to find a site to do some more research next year. It never happened, but Appels started to cooperate with Rains, and who was doing the actual diving together with his team. And in the next few years, they revisited all the 10 sites, the 10 lake settlements, some other places in lakes. If Appels was not so keen on writing, but he could do really professional scientific writing, then Rains was not a writer at all. And if anything was written, that it was written by someone who was accompanying him. It was Appels, or in later years, Jūris Surtāns. And so there is, again, almost no documentation. Only for 93, there's a survey report written by Appels, actually. Not much known about what actually they saw and happened. There are only very, very short reports in these biannual books of field work. And so this led to the kind of what I've called second archaeologization or period of stagnation in inland underwater archaeology. And so it was the question of personalities, and it was a question of course, also funding, and the third aspect is kind of a bit tricky to put your finger on. It's that in the Soviet period, and actually afterwards also, there's kind of this kind of strict half-official system within the Institute of History, that the themes of research and the sites that you're working on are quite divided. And if it's your theme and your site that you work with it, and other colleagues want, write about it or interfere with your research. And lake settlements naturally were the theme of Appels, and his views and interpretations about these sites were almost universally accepted without much discussion until about mid-2000s, and to a large extent still, because the very, very large and rich material from Āraiš is almost unpublished, so you don't have actually much to work with. And so there were not very many people, actually no one, writing about these lake settlements. It was just what Appels was saying, and so new people didn't get into the field. And then in late 2000s, Jūris Surtāns started actively cooperating with Rains, still at that point, but afterwards with other divers. And in 2016, actually the first kind of underwater exploration using an ejector happened in Lake Saviena. With finds from this Iron Age coming out, most likely due a settlement area that's gone underwater due to water level rising. And most recently in 2024, I've been trying to kind of push the field a bit, and in 2024, together with colleagues from Lithuania, we were able to organize a small survey in Lake Āraiši. So my thanks to Elena Pranskenaite and Rokas Kraniauskas from Klaipėda, and we actually did a survey, side scan survey of all of the lake, and more importantly, we were able to locate previously already mentioned in archive sources, a line of piles around the perimeter of the lake settlement. So we hope that we can maybe continue the works, extract some samples from tendril dating, which would be very interesting from an in situ object. And then we have the new project together with Jūris Surtāns, my colleague, And we've done one survey expedition already this year. We are planning many more in autumn and in the next year. And we started with Aluksne. So we again rely on hobby divers. And we're very lucky to have Kaspars, Markus Smalls, a young archaeologist who's also a diver, also joining us, and checked 2 sites. So these are natural islands with archaeological settlements on them. And in the second case of Lake Inzeris, we actually had really nice underwater finds, like this clay crucible that had been thrown into the lake. And also, first time I saw this, but this is like in the surveys of Apals, it's almost a complete clay vessel. Again, the same dating, 7th, 8th to about 10th century AD. So that is that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was most interesting, and it is extremely interesting to understand how similar, in some sense, the beginning of the work is, relying mostly on enthusiasm and makeshift technology. And just the one comment I made actually already yesterday at the dinner table is that we should try to compile a sort of technical history of underwater archaeology, because all those systems are highly unique and self-made, and this is, I think it gives a very interesting perspective towards the results and the works. So thank you again very much. Do we have any questions from?
Katrin Savamägi, and I remember Lennart Carlson, and I didn't know that he was in Latvia also. Because he was the man with whom we met at first in Sweden and then organized different trips to Estonia. Mm-hmm. He was one of the oldest, but he was the leader. Mm-hmm. He didn't dive himself so much, but it was very interesting to know this information from you.
Yeah, it was a very intensive. Basically, he came with a ferry from Stockholm, and then they did a very, very long day of driving around and seeing 8 out of 10 lakes with the lake settlements. You know, looking at what's the road condition, can we get to the lake, where should we make the field work next summer. But I don't know why, but nothing happened the next summer, and that was it. It was just this one glimpse of cooperation. But Valdemar Schreins did have contacts with several people from Sweden, but that's a different story for a different day. So it's another very interesting theme, what happened with these first contacts in the early 90s, late 80s.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Yes, we have.
Thanks. Jānis, can you recommend any very general publication about results in RIC? Or is it still coming?
That is a problem. As I said, there is very little published about it. Let's say in a scientific level, there are articles by Apals who are overall articles, but almost all of it is A, in Latvian, and B, it's from the 70s, 80s, or 90s. There are these popular works, like a guidebook to the archaeological park in Araiši, which is in English and it's accessible, but it's a popular book for visitors. It's like 30 pages long with a lot of pictures in it. But like a good publication, there just isn't.
So you are writing it now, yes?
Yeah.
I should be, maybe.
Yeah,
but you have this
your duty.
hardcover book.
Yeah,
Archaeology a few years back.
Yeah, in 2012, I think. It's a really thick book, and basically it's a compilation of his articles that he's done in the past. Yeah. And there's one article in there in German that is specifically about the buildings, But the other ones, almost all of them are in Latvian, and well, now it's much easier. You can use auto-translating tools, and it's more accessible. So of course, that book is the best go-to, kind
I
of.
have the book, but I haven't used the Google Translate.
Yeah,
On Latvian.
yeah, it works.
Or whatever. AI nowadays.
Thank you. Then we have a small
Thank you.
package to deliver. And now we will go to Southern Estonia, to Koorküla, Valgjärv, and Kalle Virtanen from Finland will tell us about researching the remains, archaeological remains in Valgjärv, as soon as he gets the microphone attached. So the floor is yours.
Oh, thanks. Let's see this. Is this also a pointer?
It is.
Okay, yes. I was just too much in a hurry. Yes, hi everybody. Thank you very much for the organizers for having me speak here. I think this is my actually only second time basically for mostly Estonian audience to talk about your site, that I have been allowed to do work which I'm really grateful for, really. Maybe the third time. I think I gave a short lecture in Tartu University a long time ago, but now quite recently. Monica would remember, and you've actually seen most of these slides, so sorry about that, but it's very difficult to renew yourself in a matter that sort of concerns of old things in a few months. But I think we had an Estonian-Finnish archaeologist meeting in March or April, I can remember. Yes, exactly. A few words about myself. As you heard, I am Finnish. I've studied at the University of Helsinki. I am actually still studying, probably until the end of my life or something, but I'm working on a PhD regarding Valgjärv. I've done my master's thesis about Valgjärv. I just realized that that's also only in Finnish, and well, hopefully with the PhD, then that will be in English, and it should really be in Estonian, at least some kind of a sort of public version to put together, so people that live around the lake would also maybe they would have an interest already, or if they don't, they would get one, and many would, I guess. Yes, what else? I am also a diver. I've started diving '86, which feels like in a previous life already. I am a scientific diver. I've also done a commercial diver certificate, and I'm an instructor in the CMAS scuba system. So I've dived quite a lot. I'm currently working at the Finnish Heritage Agency, which is sort of interfering with my academic ambitions a lot, because I don't seem to have time to do my PhD. I've also studied for a year in Copenhagen maritime archaeology. At the time, that was the closest place, sort of where they had a master's program for it. So I was there for a year under a Swedish professor, Kristel Westerdahl. Okay, so pretty people most likely know where Valgjärv is, but as you can see, it's very close to the Latvian border. I think 5 or was it 7 kilometers from the border. And I was very happy to hear Jānis's presentation. I've heard Juris, I'm not, Urtans is how you spell his last name, and I know him. And I've also was nice to see familiar faces. I also know Waldemar Reins. He was often with Juris in conferences. But still, this was to me the best putting together of the Latvian sites that I consider to be quite similar with at least the last phase of Valgjärv. And you have a lot of sites. And I don't want to jump into conclusions, but this strengthens the idea that Valgjärv might actually have a lot to do with the area now south of the border. Mm-hmm. No, that's what I'm supposed to. Okay, so Valgjärv is a pile dwelling. At least that's what I think. I'm happy to hear other theories, and this is not only my theory, this is also the theory of Juris Elirand and Vello Mess and I'm sure also Vello Lougas and a number of other people. This picture, by the way, is taken by Endel Grensman. You will later see a picture of how it happened, but we've also had a drone twice there and it never worked out as well as these clear pictures. So I can't zoom this now in PowerPoint, but you can actually zoom it and get a closer look. But like Kaito Peremees said yesterday, Endel had luck, when he came to the Maaselinna wreck, the whole site cleared. And it seems that he also had luck here. So there was some magic in Endel Grensman also. Quickly to the actual archaeological research there. We've taken now 13, now altogether 11 radiocarbon samples from there, and then also dendrochronology has been, there's been an attempt towards dendrochronology. At that time I didn't have contact to Alar, but I had contact to to Pentti Zetterberg from the University of Eastern Finland, who has now sadly passed away. But Pentti was there with us once, and he also did dendrochronological analysis. But so far, from the radiocarbon dates taken by me or people also that volunteered to work with me, like in all these cases, even though that this is already in a much later phase than 50s or 60s or 70s, you need somebody who is interested about this thing, and then you need the fools in good faith that would come and help you without getting any pay or anything like that. So I've been very lucky to have them there too. Really great and capable people. Already under the leadership of Selirand, some C14 datings were made, but based on all these datings and also on the finds, and especially ceramic finds there, I think you can say that there is 3 separate phases of, I maybe don't dare to say settlement, but human activity on the lake, which still has remains in the lake bottom. And the earliest one is late Neolithic, let's say 3,500, 3,100 before Christ. And then sort of pre-Roman Iron Age, I guess it would also be in Estonia, about 400, 150 before Christ. And then quite a lot of quite big timber and also ceramics, so forth, from sort of middle Iron Age to the late Iron Age. And I don't think that that there is some kind of a continuation. They have happened, and then there has been nothing, and then again things happened. So like I said, a lot of this Roga type ceramics, I don't know if it looks at all familiar to you on the Latvian side, and then I think this used to be called Tamula type, and now it's maybe late Neolithic ceramics, if I understand Estonian colleagues like Aivar Kriska right. And where this has been found in the 84 on the 84 summer by Selirand and the group, and Vello Mess was able to tell me approximately where they found these ceramics, and we found sort of very eroded piles from that area and from we took 2 samples, and one of them we C14 dated, so more should be done. But that fell into this time period 3,100 to 3,400 before Christ. That's really interesting. Whether that was really a settlement or whether it had something to do with fishing or whatever is too early to say. But of course, oftentimes when we find ceramics, we say that that was a dwelling place. Yes, I think the closest parallel to the latest phase, at least, of Valgjärv would be Araisi, but now we heard that there is 120 or something more. No.
Just 10.
Okay, sorry. Good. I'm sure we can discuss more about this, But so I can really get the information in. It was too fast for me, I guess. But research history, just quickly, I just put this together. I think this morning, thinking more about that, we are talking about the research history of maritime archaeology in Estonia. And by the way, I have to say, like what Priit just said, that it is very similar to all these countries. Also in Finland, the first attempts in Finland, it was shipwrecks, and they started in the 1950s. There was a man called Ora Patoharju who we've actually interviewed him. I have that on tape. We've actually published 2 years ago a book about the research history of underwater/maritime archaeology in Finland, which I hope we will get also translated into English soon, so if you want to look. But Ora was telling how he made his first diving suit by vulcanizing it himself, and the mask he got from the anesthesia theater, and the cylinders were Luftwaffe pilots' oxygen bottles, and then they went into 40 meters or something like that, and survived, which is amazing also. But very similar, everything was made yourself, and even though Finland was not behind the Iron Curtain at the time, there was no money, and it was very difficult to get any fancy equipment from, I don't know, America or France or something. Yes, but to the research history of Valgjärv, this mentions that already in 1640, owner of the close-by manor, I think he was also a count, Graf von Anrep, he had brought divers from Russia to Valgjärv. And the story is that they found something valuable and they vanished. But what that valuable would have been is a really good question. But my feeling is that local people have always known that there is remains of timber structures in the bottom of the lake, because the lake has quite clear water, which I think also the name derives from Valk being bright, and so forth. And you have more Valgjärvs in Estonia, and we also have Valgjärv in Finland, which usually then means that the water, at least at some point, has been more clear. So people have always known this, and then somebody with money could bring in divers. Then in 1718, there is a mention in archival sources that the local resident has reported that there is this stuff. And now we have this connection to Latvia already, or that side of the border. I guess 1821, Forhof, a priest from Latvian parish of Burtnieki, had been on the lake accompanied by local more educated people. Maybe I don't know really exactly what that means. It could mean the local teacher or local doctor. This is my guess. But then, basically, the first, I guess Jan Jung has been called the first archaeologist in Estonia. He was an amateur archaeologist, as far as I know. So he was there, and he was also caught in the 1850s in the Alpine region. The water level was exceptionally low in the Alpine lakes, and these big fields of piles came up, and there was this big Fallbaufeber, pile-dwelling fever, that Jānis was also talking about. And Jan Jung, I think quite correctly, was saying that this is a pile dwelling. And Hugo Treffner, whom I've understood from Iva Treffner, who works at the Maritime Museum, is his relative, not quite grandfather, but you know, a distant relative anyway. So he actually, as a student, I guess as a student of university, he has been diving in Valgjärv, but he didn't say what it is, which was maybe wise because he was uncertain. So, and then Konstantin Greving comes into picture also here, and he didn't believe that these are pile dwellings. He was on the opinion that they are a heap of stones or something, and he said that because the winters have been so, or are so harsh in Estonia, that it didn't make sense to make pile dwellings, which is something that I've heard oftentimes also, that people say that why would that make sense on winter time and so forth. So he didn't believe on that, and then we hop onwards 40 years, and Professor Matthias Johan Eisen wrote in Postimees, or is it Postmees actually? That, yeah, okay, Postimees, good. That these remains are of a log raft. But as you can see, the piles on the bottom of Valgjärv have been sort of, they've been taken into account, and they've been interesting for a very long time in Estonian archaeology, and that also, I mean, I consider myself privileged to have had the possibility to also do work there. I mean, this is a site that has been sometimes almost in the center point of discussion, I get the feeling, in Estonian archaeology for a little while, and then, of course, there's a lot of other stuff too. But these are pictures now from the first sort of real archaeological expedition into Valgjärv under the leadership of Jüri Selirand. And one of these young men, I'm not quite sure which one, is called Mati Salve. He was a rescue diver, I think at the Pirita Naval Station at the time, but there was some articles about Valgjärv and the mystery of Valgjärv in sort of periodicals, I think Noorte Hääl and so forth, and he had read them, and they were divers, and then they went to the history institution, Ajalo Institute, and talked with Selirand and said that they would be ready to help if you can put up an expedition, and then that's what they did. And I think these pictures are very much, of course, also part of maritime in a wider, understood in the wider sense, so underwater archaeological research history of Estonia. And this picture we have already seen. I think Kaido showed it, but this is Jüri Selirand's first skis of what's down there. I think it's remarkably good when you think about it, that he was sitting on a boat and drawing this, and the diver boys were diving under his instructions. By the way, here I have to also mention that I've met with Jüri and I've talked with Jüri, and before engaging into doing anything in Valgjärv, we had this talk, and I said that it's your research site, so you know, if you allow, if it's okay to go there. And he was pensioned at that time. We were at his home in Tallinn, and he said, yes, now I'm done with the site, now it's time for somebody younger to do something there. So okay, thank you, I will do my best. But like you said, Jānis, I don't know if it was only had something to do with Soviet structures, but that's the way it's always been also in Finland, that if an archaeologist was doing work on a site, that was his or her site pretty much. Even though that was not necessarily active, there could be a gap of 10 years or something like that. But, I actually was there first time, I think 1998, in the autumn with an Estonian colleague, Andres Tvauri, whom I knew from, Andres studied archaeology in Finland, and we got to be friends. And I had heard about sites like pile dwellings from Swedish professor Johan Rönnby, who did his PhD on a site called Bolverket in the island of Gotland. And I thought that this is interesting. And Andres had given us a course at the Helsinki University about Estonian archaeology. And he mentioned Valgjärv. And then I took up, tried to get as much information as I could. And so we were there diving there first, or I was diving and Andres was standing on the shore. And I could see some piles, and I thought that this is really interesting. And then, backed by Andres all the time, we were there first time. I think this is October 98, and it was an exceptionally cold winter. And we started measuring these down with the tachymeter. How am I, by the way, doing time-wise? Badly. Okay, I'll speed up. Yeah. So my idea was that since this is a very large site, what we can do is we can also try to measure at least some piles in with the tachymeter, and that's what we did, diving under the ice. So a lot of this documentation has been done by drawing underwater and then georeferencing the drawings with total station measurements. We've also tried all sorts of technological gadgets to visualize the site, enable to interpret it. So this is a side scan sonar, which didn't work out very well, which I could kind of guess, but there's somewhat, especially late summer, autumn, there's a lot of water vegetation, and high frequency side scan sonar just bounces back from the vegetation, so you don't see the piles that you would want to. And this is doing signaling points on the lake, which we then measured with total station, and then went into aerial photography. And here is now with sort of a motorized hang glider or light aircraft. There is Endel in the back and Kolja, Nikolai Yefimov flying it, and they took off from the close by pasture to the lake, and I was seriously hoping that they come back on the ground alive, which they did. This was also, I got Endel's contacts from Vella Mess. He said that Endel he's a great photographer and he's a great guy and he could take aerial photographs for you. And I got some money from a Finnish foundation and contacted Endel, and the rest is history. I'm very fortunate also to have met Endel and talked with him. He was a really great guy. So what we were then able to do, the drawings that we did through the planning grid and measured the angle, the corners of them, so we could georeference them. We could put that as a layer on top of the aerial photography also, and this worked quite well. We also did small-scale prospecting, I guess you would call it, in here, and the finds that we got, like ceramics, are at ILO Institute at the moment, and they were conserved. They didn't need a lot of conserving, but at Tartu University, and Andres Tuauri took care of it with his contacts. So we were also able to then put the place into the Estonian map coordinates. Here I have to say, by the way, that it's actually my wife who said that the whole lake looks like a rabbit going this way. Then I also again got some money from Finnish Cultural Foundation this time, and I got into cooperation with laboratory for underwater, can't remember what the whole name Labust means this, but technology. And they had this sort of like a surface AUV, meaning that it's a little bit like a lawnmower that goes on the lake surface. You can program the route for it. And then there was a camera and an ultrasound camera. And we tried to document the site with this. There is sort of the station on the shore. Now, unfortunately, that didn't work that well either, because you would need to go further down and the surface was at some points too far from the structures. So what we still aim to do is to do photogrammetry by diving, hopefully still this year. Then we also had a drone there, or like I've been told they are supposed to be called remotely piloted aircraft systems, but this didn't work at all as well as Endel's pictures. So far, aerial photography combined with measurements done by total station has been actually the best way to sort of visualize the site. And of course, there would be almost unlimited possibilities to take this further also with soil DNA, and pollen analysis would be really great. Also doing wiggle match on the dendro samples we have already taken. And I mean, before most of this, I hope to finally finish my PhD as well. But this has been sort of now an ongoing discussion with some Estonian colleagues. Would be very nice to sort of form a group. And we've talked with Elena Prankenaite about trying to get an EU project or something going on the lake dwellings in the Baltic countries. And obviously, you have already started even fieldwork without me, so but would be really great. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kalle. That was most interesting. Do we have any questions? Yes, we have.
Thank you. Thank you, Kalle. I'm Mans Kraut. I was in that time not the chief inspector, but the chairman of the scientific committee in Ministry of Culture. And to add this, so we have the session of history of underwater archaeology, that it was, I think it was 19 of September 1980, Laugas asked me to come with the Vellomess, first time, both the Laugas and Vellomess, and I was the driver and archaeologist, young archaeologist as well. We went to this Valgjärv, and the first time I remember that both Vellos saw this monument, and Vellomess did diving, and they collected this ceramics, and it was dated on site. Laugas, it's poor this 7th, 8th century before, or after Christ, because they were very suspicious of results of Jüri Sellerand at that time. Not suspicious, but it was old expeditions, and Jüri Sellerand was multiplied all the same information through these two decades, and Laugas and Vello, both Vellos, then they were very happy to see on site this with their own eyes. And I think if you are doing this, what kind of list of investigation, we should find this report from both Vellos from this day, the first day they went. It was, we called next generation, because Jüri was older in that time and Vello was younger, much younger than. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I actually know this. I didn't take the whole. I have these, also 88, the Scandinavian excursion, and then later on 89, still with Jüri Sellerand, a short expedition. By the way, about this late Neolithic ceramics, Jüri Sellerand was quite understandably on the. His idea was that the peninsula, this is like an underwater ridge that goes to the middle of the lake, that in Stone Age it was maybe above water, so this would have been sort of a typical Stone Age dwelling place close to the shore. But because these old piles, my feeling is that they would not have survived if they would not have been stuck in water in the first place. But it's a theory.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
I have an awkward one, and Kalle's going to hate me for it. It's my friend.
You don't have to ask it.
Okay, I won't. Both for your talk and for Jānis, I'm also curious. We've seen these individual sites and how they developed and the research on them, but I'm also curious about the infrastructure of the civilizations around them through time. So how they connected into, were they far away from other villages, towns and things like that. So the context in which they're actually placed. With, I mean, I'm sure you're going to do that when reports are written and blah, 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 blah.
I am discussing this as far as I can, and I'm able in my master's thesis. No. It's a very good question, of course. When it comes to these Stone Age piles, there are parallels of same age, let's say, in what now would, I guess, be Southwest Russia or something, in the upper run of Väinö River and Lovat, and so it's not completely unheard of. And then I think the late Iron Age, for example, Estonia has a lot of hill fort settlements and so forth. And to me, this is some kind of a fortified small settlement, most likely, which, let's say, had a natural moat. Then later on, in medieval and later times, you made castles and you dug the moat, so you had water to protect. In winter, it's a good question if they even lived there in winter. But Priit is looking very anxious to get me out of here and get the next one.
Not at all.
But yes, of course, this is a very vital question. How it's not an isolated phenomena; it's related to everything else. So,
indeed. Well, thank you again. And all those, I just have to add that all those discussions can be and must be continued after the conference also.
Yes.
But now I would like to give the floor to Toby Jones. We are actually making quite a spatial leap from Estonia and Latvia to England. Oh, hello. And we are. Toby Jones is the archaeologist dealing with a Newport ship, and he will now tell us about Basque oak and Portuguese wine, a medieval merchant ship, and its secrets. So, please.
Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me to give a talk about the Newport ship. And like Priit said, it is now time for something completely different. I just want to give you the briefest overview of the project, and basically I'll talk a little bit about the discovery and excavation, and then talk about the last 23 years of post-ex research, conservation, documentation, analysis, and then bring you right up to speed with where we're at today, and then talk about where the project's headed in the future. But I figure some of you probably don't know much about the ship, so I'll just start with the discovery. And it was during building works in the summer of 2002 here in Newport in South Wales. They were digging the foundations for a big art theater, riverfront culture and art center right on the riverbank. And they chose one area to dig very deeply. And in the bottom of this deep pit, approximately 7 meters deep, they hit lots of archaeology, and eventually they hit the intact remains of a massive medieval clinker-built merchant vessel, beautifully preserved in the riverbank. So I'll just give you a bit of context. The ship itself is almost entirely made of oak, and I'll keep coming back to this, but the preservation is fantastic. When they first discovered it, they were actually walking back and forth on the timbers in their steel toe cap boots. It's that rock solid. A couple of reasons for that. Almost entirely made of oak, but also they tarred the ship extensively, inside, outside, everywhere was covered in tar. Even when, lap straight planking and the patches on the outside, we'd pull those apart and it would be this black gooey tar, smelled like a pine forest. So great material to start with, very heavily tarred, and then perfect burial environment, just cold, dark, wet river clay. So the ship was just fantastically well preserved. We've done a lot of, even from the initial discovery, very quickly got dendro dates from the 1450s, 1460s. But just in the last couple of years, we've done isotope dendro, and we've gotten phenomenal results. Every single framing timber that we've tested with isotope dendro has returned a date, a felling date. It has bark edge surviving, and the felling dates are September of 1457 to March of 1458. So we know the keel was cut down in 1457. So we know they're building the ship 1457, 8, 9, and we know that it came into Newport 1468 to 1469. So we have a really good handle on the chronology, the build and the use life of the ship. We also have provenance on the timbers. So the hull timbers, the original hull, these timbers are from the Basque country in northern Spain. So this area here behind San Sebastian, quite some distance inland, or where the forests are. So we believe or know that the ship is Basque built. However, every single thing on board that's diagnostic, every coin, all the ceramics, a lot of the environmental evidence that has very specific locations, all of it is Portuguese, and specifically Lisbon south towards the Algarve. So this is, what we link this to is there were over 100 parts of casks found on board the ship, everything from barrel staves to hoops to heads to the cork bungs. We know the ship was engaged in the wine trade, and we know there's massive trade in wine from the Iberian Peninsula and France up into Britain in the 1450s and 60s. And it looks like the ship is absolutely engaged, really exclusively engaged in this wine trade. And the ship is not at the end of its life at all. It looks like it was actually being repaired in Newport, and it was on a cradle structure, and this cradle structure that was found, it looks like it collapsed, and the ship fell over onto its side. We have an enormous tidal range here, something on the order of 12, 13, 14 meters, and with the ship was kind of propped up high and dry on this cradle while it was being worked on, but during the middle of this refit or repair, it collapsed, the cradle did, and the ship fell over on its starboard side. And, with a high tidal range like that, it very quickly got inundated and filled with mud and water. They did try to save the ship, but eventually they gave up trying to refloat it and set about salvaging what they could still reach. And so that's why we have approximately a third of the ship. We have 2,500 individual timbers. I already mentioned it's clinker built, 100% clinker built, top to bottom, and it is really heavily built. And I think you'll see that when you look at some of how heavy the framing is and how closely spaced it is. It is very much built to withstand the really rough conditions in the Bay of Biscay. I mentioned its great preservation. It's quite a large ship. We have 25 meters of remains surviving, and we believe it was extreme length overall was about 35 meters. It would have had 3 masts and forecastle, stern castle, not a boat. This is a proper ship. I already mentioned it's Portuguese links, but it's found up here in South Wales. We don't think it was trading with Newport here in Wales, which is here. We believe it all the customs. All the trade at this period, especially wine and all that, had to go through a customs port, and the customs port for this side was Bristol. And we have great customs records from this period from Bristol, and they talk about these vast numbers of these big ships coming in trading wine. And interestingly, 90% of everything coming into Bristol is wine in the 1450s and 60s. And the next 5% is iron, and the last 5% of that pie chart is things like olive oil and dried fruit. But 90% of what's coming in is wine. There's such an insatiable demand here for it. And it looks like this ship was purposely built and operated as a wine trading ship. And these are some images of what it would look like. So the ship, it was found in medieval Newport, or was, brought up the river on a very high tide, brought into a side channel here, perched up on his cradle. All that was a pre-planned exercise. The only way they could have got it where it was found was on the highest of high tides, float the ship up the river and tow it up the river, and then turn it into this side channel or inlet, and then on a pre-erected cradle. They would have had a very short window to do this. They were in the middle of working on it. We know this because we can see the repairs are midway through. They're adding big new beams, big new knees and cross beams to it. And we know it's repair because they're right in the middle of it, but also these timbers date to the late 1460s, and they're British in origin, not Basque or Iberian. So it's a refit gone wrong, ship falls over and gets stuck there in the riverbank. So this is the miracle of the find. This big site they were redeveloping, they put in a sheet pile cofferdam They didn't know the ship was there. They just put the cofferdam in order to excavate the orchestra pit that was going to be the deep excavation right in front of the main stage of this building. They put that cofferdam in, and they magically, the ship runs corner to corner diagonally across that cofferdam exactly. They couldn't have gotten any more if they'd tried. So, and they found all kinds of archaeology. Eventually they found the ship and they decided to raise it, but they couldn't get around it to lift it up as one piece. Because there were lots of problems, but it was hemmed in by the cofferdam, but also they'd driven a bunch of concrete piles through the site, again, before they knew the ship was there. This was to tie the foundations of the building to. All these things worked together to make it impossible to lift the ship as one, so the only option was to take it apart. And so it was discovered in the summer of 2002. It took them 3 months to uncover it down to this stage. You can see the person here, that was 7 meters of alluvial sediment. That was removed. And then when the decision was made to switch from in situ documentation to recovery, then what happened was the ship was taken apart into thousands of individual components. That took about 3 months. So start to finish, approximately 6-month excavation from discovery to the last pieces coming out of the ground. Fabulously well preserved. That's down to the river sediments and the no oxygen. And it's another miracle too, that I think the timbers are so heavily tarred, and where it was, the river would be brackish at this point, but the inlet where it was parked was where a freshwater stream discharged into the river. That all got buried, but the groundwater was pushing through and kept any salt water from coming in. So there was no salinity present whatsoever in the timbers. So we didn't have desalination issues to worry about, even though it was an ocean-going ship. So the ship was taken apart. Thousands of pieces were brought eventually to one huge warehouse. We had 17 of these tanks. Each tank was 5 by 10 meters. The ship was laid out in tanks. We started in 2004 the cleaning, recording, documentation phase of the project. And so we had a huge assemblage, and we methodically started cleaning it, and then recording it and doing all the wood science. But it was just a huge logistical challenge, and just a scale of it, because there were so many thousands of timbers, and some of them were enormous. So we cleaned everything, and I'll show you a slide about the level of detail surviving. These timbers were like the day they were made. The original edges, the sharp, crisp tool marks, inscribed lines everywhere, inboard, outboard, with over 1,200 sets of inscribed lines were documented, and symbols. I've worked on shipwrecks where the wood's like wet cardboard, or they're completely eroded and there's no original edges or surfaces, just the odd bolt hole or something. Newport ship, it really has been amazing to work on because it is so well preserved. So for documentation, we chose contact digitizing. Remember, this is over 20 years ago we started this. We used contact digitizers. We made 3D CAD drawings of every single timber, very accurate. We 3D printed those, again, early days for 3D printing. 3D printed every single part of the ship. We put all the pieces together. That's nearly 3 meters long. That's 1:10 scale model. That's the model we used. That's partially put together there. We scanned that, and that was the basis for all of our future reconstruction work. But again, always going back to the high resolution 3D source data for each timber. This is just a shot of some of it gives you an idea of the surface detail. You can see the impressions of the robes, all the nail holes, the tree nail holes, but see all these, there's diamonds, inscribed lines, arcs, curves. There's just an amazing array of symbols preserved. And these are all, from the build of the ship, to how the shipwrights are communicating and how they're lining things up. Most of them, we can't figure out their function, but at least we've documented them, and we're looking for patterns. But it is, the ship probably had 1,000 planks in it, and we have 300 or 400 complete planks, and then lots of fragments of planks. Even just that is overwhelming, trying to look at that as a whole. It really is the scale of this project is immense, and so we have fabulous preservation, but also see this here, this is the impression of the nail head. That's about 45 millimeters across. That's the 12 millimeter shank of the nail, but see the star there? That's the blacksmith's maker's mark. That was on the underside of the nail head. And when they drove that nail into the timber, that little star pressed into the timber and left that dent behind. That nail dissolved hundreds of years ago. There's nothing left, just concretions, but everything about that nail, even down to the maker's mark, is preserved. That's the level of preservation we have. So after documentation, wood science, we started active conservation, and then we soaked standard treatments. We soaked the timbers in ammonium citrate to remove any of the soluble iron salts, and then we did PEG, two-stage PEG treatment, and then followed by vacuum freeze drying. But it was an enormous assemblage. We were using, we had a freeze dryer, and then York freeze dryer, and then Mary Rose, their freeze dryers. We were using Arctic lorries and bringing the material up and down the UK, running up wet loads, running up wax, bringing dried loads back. It was logistically huge effort, but eventually it took us, decade and a half, I think, to finish the active conservation. The real reason for that was the timbers were so well preserved. It was actually a double-edged sword. They were so rock solid that really they were waterlogged, but they weren't really degraded. And so usually they go hand in hand, but in this case, the timbers were solid and very difficult to get any PEG in, but also very difficult to get any water out. The bonus of all this was that you couldn't have been better to work with from an archaeological perspective, given the surviving detail, but the conservation was as slow as it gets. And so it took us years, but we finally got, a couple of years ago, we finished drying the timbers. The entire Newport ship assemblage is now dry and stable, along with 1,000 or so artifacts that were found. And so we're currently, I should have said at the start, the ultimate goal of the entire Newport ship project is reassembly and display of the medieval ship here in Newport. And so, we have everyone knows the Vasa and the Mary Rose, we have we're a big ship, but our challenge, which is different from theirs, is, they had whole vessels they brought to shore, built the museum around them. We have a really big ship, but it's now in thousands of pieces. We have this added, it made it easier to conserve, I'd argue, and deal with, but now we have this stage of, we have to reassemble the thing. And so we're currently working on getting a big site to do it in, and we've been working for years doing small-scale studies of the material, the strength and its characteristics, and also testing loads of different materials to make a cradle out of, and fasteners and all that. So we're right in the middle of this really exciting phase where we're looking at reassembly and display plans and options. But yeah, the ultimate goal is to rebuild this thing in Newport and get it on display. And I think there's a lot of momentum right now to, because there's no more conservation, we're done, we're ready. We have thousands of timbers, we just need a big haul to do it in. And so that's where our efforts are at the moment. Just to show you a few of the artifacts. I tend to focus way too much on the ship, but we have 1,000 nice artifacts and objects as well. Again, anything organic was really well preserved. Anything metallic tend not to be preserved. But your standard stuff you find on ships, from shoes to coins to wooden combs, wooden bowls, just daily life stuff. This amazing, we found a silver French coin purposely embedded in the keel stem scarf. On the day they started building the ship, they chiseled a little tiny hole right where on the top of the keel, right before they put the stem post on. And they put this silver coin in with a cross on it, and they put it in there for good luck, and the coin was facing up. We walked by that timber for years until it came time to clean it, and then that hole appeared. It was covered in tar, and that hole appeared, and this bright, shiny coin was put in there as a good luck charm. So we have great things like that, and we got solid dates, provenance, and we have just, like I said, amazing artifacts. Great collection of rigging. Even some of the cordage survived. And it's pretty rare for the medieval rigging assemblages like this to survive. And I really like all the different parts and pieces of the pumps on board the ship. They're at least 4 pumps in various places at various points during the ship's life, but the main one was, as it is on these Iberian ships, just after the mast step. They actually cut away like half of the mast step keelson to put a pump in. But it was so well preserved. We had the leather spear, the wooden shaft, and then the foot valve and the base. And even this wicker basket they use as like a filter to keep things out of the pump. So really great. This is the earliest example of this kind of pump that we know about, this suction pump. And so we have great technical items like this. So we did lots of modeling too, where we took our archaeological data, made 3D models, usually using Rhino, and then also modeled the cargo, and then we could look at seakeeping characteristics and capacity and stability and all that. So we've done a lot of work on this front, and then we've been able to take these 3D digital models and turn them into animations as well, and I'll show you a couple of those. And then we're also working, we've done, the project is transitioning now from active conservation to, we have all this amazing information, what do we do with it? And so we're obviously working on the big publications, but we're also making things that for the general public, cutaway drawings and 3D animations and games and all that. And so we have even, turning these into like coloring sheets for kids. We have lots going on the kind of education and outreach front. And again, this is just a couple of the details of, cutaways of the ship being repaired in Newport, and then, the ship heeled over on its side when the cradle collapsed. So we just continue to make, continuing to constantly turn some of our information over as much as we can into stuff we can disseminate to school groups, and we get thousands of people here visit the ship center every year, and then we do talks all the time to the community and to the wider world, just to try to tell people about this archaeological find. So on the publication front, and if you want to know more, we've done 4 IGNAs in the last 10 or 15 years, and so just search Newport Ship within IGNA and you'll get these publications, or just contact me and I can send you them. Really good factual information and a lot on the dendro side of things. And we have a big book we've done and a guidebook as well. And what may be of most interest is that we've been really fortunate, because we're government. We have access to the Archaeology data service here in the UK, and we've archived, I think it's like 17,000 files from the project. All of our drawings, every single timber drawing, every photograph, all the excavation stuff, all of our reports, models, everything is on the ADS, and it's free, it's digital, it's searchable. So all the data we have, you can have. And what's probably of most interest is, if you want to know more about the glass or the tar or the rigging, we've done specialist reports on each, and probably 50 of these reports on each and every aspect, and they're all free. They're all available online. If you want to know about the insects, the food remains, it's all there. And so just Google ADS and Newport Ship, Archaeology Data Service and Newport Ship, and you'll get it as much information as you want. On another exciting note, the Sky and History Channel have been working on a documentary about the Newport Ship, and it's done, but they're going to air it towards the end of this year. So keep an eye out for that. It'll be like 2 one-hour documentaries, like kind of your specialist factual documentaries there. So that should really help raise awareness about the project, and that should be hopefully go worldwide. So I mentioned this animation. I don't have time to show it because it's about 15 minutes long, but if you can try this QR code, takes you to this amazing 15-minute long animation, or I can share the link in the chat or something and you can share it at the conference. But remember that 3D model, the kind of research models we made, 3D digital models, we've turned those over to animators, and they've made the most remarkable animation. And it basically goes from harvesting trees in the forest to transporting the trees to amazing shipyard scenes, building the ship, and building the ship down to like adding a plank and nailing it, or even before that, shaping the timbers, dropping them in, and then launching the ship. And then it moves on to the second part is a day in the life, loading a cargo in Lisbon, life on board, sailing across the Bay of Biscay, coming into Bristol, coming into Newport. It's lost in Newport. It's just fantastic. And it just shows you the power when you have high-res 3D data, what you can do with it. You just got to get it to the right people. And so hopefully that link works for you. If not, I'll make sure I send it, and it's all free. The movie's free. You can download it online. It's enormous. We have like a 80-inch or 90-inch monitor here, and it's pin sharp. So yeah, the public love it. It's also VR. Parts of it are VR ready. You can put the headset on and be in that world. Imagine being in that shipyard while all these activities are going on around you. It's we're just so lucky. From the start, everything we've done is kind of 3D and digital, and it really opens up tons of options. So that's just a Newport Ship in an absolute nutshell. we are here in South Wales, kind of between Bristol and Cardiff, a couple hours to the west of London. We love visitors. If you're ever in the UK and want to see more, just contact me. You're welcome to come by. There's so much to see here. It's an amazing facility, and it's really exciting times ahead because we are transitioning now to reassembly and display. And so it's still going to take 5, 8, 10 more years, I think. But we have a really important, internationally significant object here, and in a way, all the hard work's been done. The fun part now and challenge will be to reassemble it, but we're ready to do it. We just need a space to do it. So I'm confident we'll get there. Ship projects, as many of you know, ship projects take decades, but we've put in 23 years, and I think we're, a lot of the hard grind of cleaning and recording, all that's behind us. We have an amazing assemblage of conserved material here, and it's time to put it all together. All right, well, I'm happy to answer questions if anybody's got any.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much. It was most interesting, instantly trying to draw the parallels with our big vessels we have here and we have to deal with. Do we have any questions? Answers?
I have a question. Were there any worries throughout this project that you might run out of funding and just end up with a bunch of ship pieces in a hangar?
Like all ship projects, it's been tortured at times, but it's always been kept going. But I remember 10 or 15 years ago, we had 15 staff, or 15 years ago, we had 15 paid, 15 staff plus loads of volunteers and other placements, all that. And I've been the only one working here for the last 10 or 12 years. So we have had cuts and all that, but we're still going, and I think we will necessarily have to get a much bigger team to reassemble the thing. But it's like I work for the City Museum. This is an object that belongs to Newport City Museum. We have an obligation to protect it and see it through. It's lots of levels of government and lots of different funding bodies have been involved, and in a way, they've spent so much money and so much time and so many hundreds of thousands of hours on this project. I hope it's maybe too big to fail, if that makes sense. They have to see it through, otherwise it just it's not easy. But so much has been invested that you don't get your return on investment and you don't satisfy the grants until really the bottom lines in all these grants say, all of this money we're giving you, it has to be put on display, or else you have to pay the grant back. It's that there's that aspect of it as well. So it's I'm confident we'll get there, but we're unfortunately, this area is not terribly wealthy, and there's lots of challenges, funding challenges in the public sector in the UK as elsewhere. So heritage often bears the brunt of cuts, but like I said, I'm optimistic things are aligning at the moment to help us get the project kind of to that last stage, which is reassembly and display.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, there is one.
There was the question about rigging. Comments, yeah. Did you saw it?
Yes, there's a comment. Janneke Bos says, "Thank you, Toby, for the interesting talk. I like to see more of the rigging. When I will be in Wales, I will contact you."
Okay. Yeah, we have. I believe it was Erica McCarthy. She wrote her entire master's thesis on the rigging and made a big catalog, and it's all on that archaeology data service. I want to say it's like 400 pages, a catalog and analysis of everything. So that's freely available report. And then obviously we have the rigging here. We have the actual assemblage, all the different blocks and pulleys. So yeah, it's all there. So yeah, just email me or contact me. And if you want to see it in person, or I can signpost you to these reports as well if you have trouble finding them.
Did you find any remains of the sails? Or I assume since the ship was repaired, the sails were removed already?
Yeah, that's what's interesting is there's not a single, I mentioned 1,000 artifacts, there's not a single object or artifact that you couldn't lift with one hand. There are no guns, there are no anchors, there are no masts, yards, all of that's missing, but it's logical. A, they had to lighten the ship as much as possible to get it to get it on the cradle, but also all that stuff's readily reusable. So, we don't have the guns, but we have the stone cannonballs. So we know the ship was armed, but the guns are super valuable, just like the anchors. So it's no surprise they had time to salvage all these kind of high value, readily reusable items. So it's, they really, I don't think we found a single piece of ballast. That's how they were able. What we found were all the things that fall into the nooks and crannies of the ship, that fall down into the bilges and get trapped or lost there. We found amazing numbers of animal bones and fish bones, just stuff that accumulates during the use life. We didn't find any, we found some fragments of textile, but it's hard to say if it looks like it could just be clothing, but they're only small fragments. The ship would have had obviously enormous sails, and we don't know what the sails are made of. Obviously, wool or linen, but we don't know. We have nothing for sure that we can link to the sails. We have done some work on resources. I talked at the ISPSA in Naples in the autumn, and just gave a glimpse of the resource implication of building a ship like this, and I think we have a huge amount of work to do on that front. And especially when you look at something like the sails, how much resource hours, labor, animals, and all that, if you're doing it out of wool, it's unbelievable how much effort to make the sails for a ship like this. And so it's, I know they're doing a lot of good work at Roskilde in this regard, and so it's just really exciting. We have such good archaeological information, such high resolution data. We can actually do meaningful, couple it with experimental archaeology and get meaningful insights into the resource requirements to build something like this. And not just this, imagine they had dozens of ships like this.
There is one more question.
Is it really possible to assemble all the wood again back to ship?
We've done small-scale trial reassemblies, and what's amazing is all the planking is radially split. It's all converted in the same way. It is all shrunk in the X and Y axis. These 10 millimeter, 12 millimeter holes still line up millimeter to millimeter, and so the planking seems to go together, no problem. The framing, the joggles, the framing timbers are converted obviously differently. They haven't shrunk, the joggles don't line up anymore, but that doesn't bother us, because what we want to do is we want to build put it crudely, a new layer in the sandwich. We want to make a cradle that is between the plank, it's kind of hidden behind the inboard face of the planking, and then on top of the cradle, imagine a big shell, you put the framing and the stringers and the ceiling planks, and effectively you hide a huge rigid cradle in the middle of this sandwich. This is only possible because we could build the cradle first and then add the planking to the outside of the cradle and put all the other timbers on the inside of the cradle, fasten it all together. And we actually need that separation. And so there won't be an interference problem between the framing and the planking, because they'll be separated by about 50 mil. This is what we've been working with Swansea Uni. We've been looking at fiber reinforced polymers and various plastics to both as fasteners and as a cradle material. So we're not intending to try to force the ship back to, we're trying to make a museum exhibit that looks like the ship, not trying to make a watertight, ship again. I mean, it's going to look fantastic because, like I said, the planking shell will look authentic and right from the outside, and the framing and stringers and ceiling all lock together and look good from the inside, but only because we're able to separate those two, the planking from the inner hull.
Yes, well, thank you very much. I think it's now our time to move on.
Good.
So thank you very much again. It was most interesting. And we will now move on to David. And again, back to Finland, or actually, first time in Finland during this conference. So
I'm not finished. Stranded in Finland.
Discovering the medieval wrecks in Finland, ontological approach.
There you go. Very important. So just because lunch is coming, my name's David Cleasby. I'm a contract archaeologist. Yep. I got one left hand now. And I'm an ex-nurse of 20 years. So I have quite a different kind of program and career. I'm a trained maritime archaeologist from Southampton University back 20 years ago. But I came to Finland in 2018. I came back to Finland in 2018, so I'm now very louder. And I'm volunteering part-time for the Finnish Maritime Archaeology Society. Reason I came to Finland, which some people may have thought about, is that yes, it was a Finnish woman that got me here, as very much happens. So today I'm going to talk about the work of the Maritime Archaeology Society of Finland, which is a citizen science group. We're not so we're the largest citizen science group in Finland, I believe. And slightly. Let's go back. There we go. I've got to show you our very pretty opening slide. There you go. So this is the south coast of Finland, and also I put Tallinn on there especially to show that we have very much a shared waterway. Loads and loads of wrecks in the area. These are the concentrations of wrecks here, of which there are probably a lot more that are unknown in the water. The areas in black are actually the three major projects we've been working on for the last 7 or 8 years. Also, we're moving to new areas this year. So looking at a lot of these studies, a lot of them have been done to a reasonable degree, some very well, but a lot of them have just a rough date or a period. They have some description of the form and structure involved in them, some suggestion of the country of origin, and some suggestion of what their functions were. But many of them have very, very few details. So we have divers writing descriptions. They've sometimes misidentified the wreck. They thought there was a big, important wreck in the area. They've decided that's the wreck itself. Or sometimes they're just guessing. And a lot of the descriptions we have, and we've gone through the Hullet Pistonet, which is the National Shipwreck Database, which are made up of these, could be very, very misleading. Some of the descriptions vary very much in quality. The coordinates are quite inaccurate at times, so sometimes we spent hours and hours searching for that coordinate that's meant to be there, and we find it finally, or there's no wreck there whatsoever. And from about 2,500 sites identified on there, we estimate only about 850 have actually been assessed relatively well. I know it's quite subjective, but that's what we found. And part of the problem is that a lot of these wrecks are what we call skeleton wrecks. They have like bony frames sticking up. They're covered in sediment, like this wreck here. They have very few identifying features or any finds on to give any typological proof. So MAS's aim has been to actually concentrate on a lot of these wrecks, to try and put fleshes on the bones of these wrecks. And our main plan, our potential, is to try and fill in big gaps in geographic locations across the country, and also in different time periods because we have a concentration in Finland really of wrecks from the 16th century, 17th century onwards. This is what we produced, is our basic Excel sheet from the project from 2018 to 22, which has been published. We studied 22 wrecks. We went for a larger number of wrecks rather than a fewer number. 11 of them we've studied more intensely. We've even put diver trails up for amateur divers to swim nice and safely from point A to B. Our models are marked with nice canon, how to get there. All of them have been 3D modeled and dated with C14 and Dendro. If you can see the ones up there, yes. So the ones in yellow are actually 3 medieval wrecks we've actually identified with Dendro and for C14. And I need to point out that, of course, as you all know, where you take C14 samples, the date that you get is from where the sample is taken from that particular ring. So all the dates are going to be older than that. And also perhaps for the Dendro sequences you actually get. And we're quite aware of that. So, you know, the wrecks themselves can be a few years later or perhaps even hundreds, depending on the lifespan of the tree. And this one in blue, this one here, the Valgjärv unicolcal dendrotate, is being put into context by a 1636 coin that was actually found on board. In fact, I've heard yesterday that the wreck has now pretty much been confirmed as the Princess Valken, which is one of the lowest sister ships of the Vasa. So it's definitely 17th century, early 17th century, rather than earlier. So by 2018, MASS had already found about 100 wrecks. We'd studied them. Now it's something like over 200. And as our wreck project grew, we started to produce lots more data. And then we started doing this study in the Finnish archipelago in 2021 and in Koorküla recently. And so the amount of data we got began to grow and grow and grow. And what do you actually do with this data? So we started asking ourselves what amounts and types of data should be collected to adequately record what are more the essential things you want to describe about a wreck, particularly when you've got a limited amount of time. And what data was appropriate for a citizen science group? We only go out on our field projects 4 weeks in a year, some days here and there, but essentially only a limited amount of time. And how do you reevaluate and incorporate that data that comes in from the National Shipwrecks database and also from the National Heritage Group? Then how do we store it? How do we present it? And who do we provide it for? So our chairman, Marco Luotto, this is the ontology part, don't fall asleep, hopefully. He has a background in ontologies, information science ontologies. He felt that we should try a different approach, learning how to actually structure the data we have, a new approach to actually bringing together all the different sources of information on the wrecks in Finland. So from ontology ideas, from the philosophical, wrecks can be seen as ontological entities. It's a wreck, it's not a banana. You know, how do you define what a wreck is? And then following the information science principles, a structured framework could be used to actually define concepts within a specific subject, in this case, wrecks. So then we thought, what are these aspects? Well, the most basic ones are, what's its period? What's its physical form, structure? What's its location? And then in time, each category can be then subdivided into aged, medieval, 13th century, so forth, in the kind of hierarchy which the ontology idea kind of wants to promote. In time, we can then produce categories that are less conventional, such as artifact typologies, or even shapes and functions of different timbers. And once we formed and populated these categories, in the same way we have like GIS platforms and current databases, we can perhaps pick out connections between wrecks, so for researchers to find information quicker. And AI will probably be in the future very, very useful in actually making that identification much quicker. But first we have to build a basic framework. So expanding the database, having more sites, locations identified for sites, and more periods illustrated. And the tools we've used are, very simply, they match the categories above: dating, location, and site documentation. And as a citizen science team, we see it as our role not to do the full research on single ships to some extent, as a lot of other professional units we do. We're trying to provide baseline data for other researchers to then take on further. So we have I keep trying to push the wrong button. When, what's, and where's, our three basic categories that we're working with at the moment. And I should point out that these kind of aims and methodologies suit a citizen science team. We only have a few professional maritime archaeologists. Kalle is a member of the society. I do this part-time amongst other things, so and we all do it voluntarily. All teams have some degree of archaeological training through the Nautical Archaeology Society training program. And we try to make sure the tasks we give our divers are repeatable, which builds their confidence and their skill level. These guys here are very happy because they've just brought up a drilling sample from the bottom. Absolutely thorough. They couldn't get over it. Field work, as I say, is quite short during the year, and access to financial resources vary from year to year with our funding. So we need to have sort of skills that are repeatable, that you can then plan your projects based upon what your expectations of what you're going to do. And members themselves are a fantastic team. This is from last year. They contribute their own life skills to it. And they're the life of our group. They're fundraisers, they're engineers, they're managers, they're ex-nurses. We have chefs, which is very important to feed on board, as well as good divers. And most of us have very busy lives, so we volunteer our time in between other things, and we actually contribute to the actual our time on board. So the where? Well, basically we started with picking positions for known wrecks from the .net shipwreck database in order to try and sorry, my mouth's very dry. In order to improve those, we start with low-tech solutions, echo sounding, manual diving searches. When we find the wreck, we put up a buoy, we mark the exact location, we do metal detector searches, and sometimes we get the opportunity to do side scan sonar, and also we have this diver tracker system, UVIS. So in 2022, the Finnish Heritage Agency assisted us at Treska Harbour. They did this survey. If you can see in the middle, there's a little red area of anomalies there. So we put this UVIS system in the water, 3 beacons on the surface, triangulate what happens underwater. The divers wear these beacons on the back, which look very beautiful. He was wearing it on his head when he went underwater. And they have these systems they take down with them. So the information from the anomaly, from the side scan, can be put actually onto the PDA, and the diver can basically swim to the object and then decide if it's something important, as you see down the bottom there, or something just a piece of trash. And then we can mark that data back on. The what? Well, we've actually, one of our best things we do, we produce these models, and they're all for free to use on our site. We're actually up to 196 models at the moment. So these models, as you know, with photogrammetry, you can actually measure them, you can tilt them up, you can look at different features. It's a very, very useful tool. And a pair of good divers, who are practiced in it, can actually survey 2 wrecks in a day. Each of our pairs, we are amateurs mostly, good divers, most of us, some expert. We take a camera and we record pictures, video, and photogrammetry if we're able. We have to take a camera on every trip because that makes it an archaeological dive, in which case we get the funding. We're not joyriding. Each frame is actually useful because we try and impress on them, nothing you've done is wasted. Everything is useful. And each member then analyzes and documents their own diving experience. They go time by time. They take a picture of what they saw, the time frame. You can go back through the video, and then they upload it to the mass server, and then we review it as well. This develops the diver's archaeological skills. And MASS also runs photogrammetry workshops through the year for members. So the when, we use a mixture of dendro and C14 dating. We've had several iterations of this dendro drill. So we basically got a rig, the sort of thing you find in a factory lathe. We have a drill on it. This one was compressed air. It takes about 2 or 3 minutes to bolt it to a thick timber, and then about sometimes just 5 minutes to drill down right through. And you've got these cores that come here. and there's narrow, long claws with nice biting teeth. Unfortunately, one of the first projects, we lost one of these underwater. 4,000 euros to replace, unfortunately. But one of the reasons we actually got permission to do this, because we're not in the Finnish Heritage Agency, is because we managed to drill very small holes, very little damage. We do very little sawing to the timber. But in 2022, we changed our sampling strategy. We started doing less C4 samples and more, less dendro, and more C14 samples. And this complies with this ontology idea of doing horizontal research, studying as many wrecks as possible, not so much in depth, but as many as possible to get sort of sideways data, horizontal research. And this allowed us more time to do the modeling, which I think we're quite good at. And we use this sometimes as C14 whittling sample, a knife cut sample, because it's reasonably quick. If the modeling takes a lot of time, this is something we can do at the end, take one sample, two samples. I have to say, dendro, yes, is the preferred method for proper science, but often dendro fails, and then you're paying for a C14 on top. We have relatively limited resources as well, so you pay for the dendro, then you pay for the C14. That's not always a good economic solution, and C14 rarely fails to give you something. It's also useful when there's no actual proper tree ring sequence. So this is kind of here. These are the when, what, where. This is the horizontal, and then we go more in depth to do the vertical. So we use dendro for the more intensive research to do vertical research. So we find wrecks that are more interesting, older, like medieval wrecks. Then we can concentrate and go back to them and do that. Obviously, the problems with taking C14 samples, I've already mentioned. Wherever you take the C14 from, that only gives you the date, the ring. It doesn't tell you when the timber was felled, and you could be hundreds of years out or just a few. It's very difficult to know, and it also adds to this level of inaccuracy you get inherent with interpreting the range of C14 graphs. But we use C14 only as a rough gauge of period. We're not trying to say this is serious, solid science. So how do we store the information? We've produced these rec cards for reporting and archiving. So you've got up on here, you've got a nice picture of what the wreck rather looks like. Then you've got a description here. This is all open access for everyone to use. You have an interactive map to get there, which you can put other sites onto. Then we have things like other studies, like the dendro that comes through, site description, previous studies have been done. This is the Vidshire. These 14th century copy vessels were actually found on there. This is quite exciting. One of the few where there's typology to actually help. And then we have an embedded, the model itself, so you can play with that. We have traditional style photos taken of objects. And at the bottom, very important here, previous versions of the rec card. So they get updated, so you can go back and see. And if we make some issue sometime, some small mistake, we can go back and work out where we misinterpreted. Now, more interesting, some pictures of wrecks. This is the Rundskär, which is a beautiful warship on the medieval database. It blew my mind when I actually managed to see a cannon for the first time sitting on top of its carriage. This is had a diver trail put on it. As you can see, we put points of interest to the other cannons for divers to swim around and have a look at. And also interestingly, it's in Koorküla. Koorküla is probably the quickest route to get from Finland over to Reval and to Tallinn in any particular trade routes. It's late medieval. I think perhaps it's not even medieval at all. But we don't. It's quite interesting. We don't have a pre-dendro sequence for 1584 because it's pine or Siberian spruce. So, we're not getting very well asking the Russian authorities to give us any data at the moment. We did try C14 wiggling matching on it, but it didn't work. The three C14 samples we've got give the idea of it's been 15th century, but it's probably a lot later, depending on how far it away it's from the sapwood. This is the Treska Linnassalmehukku. If you look at the map on the top there, this island, Treska, is very, very busy with wrecks around. It has fresh water, so it was probably a perfect place to actually get water and do it with short crossing over to Tallinn. It's also mentioned, Koorküla was mentioned on King Valdemar's itinerary of the 14th century. He went from up the coast of Sweden, from Denmark, and across to Åland, across to Finland, and then down. Dating on that looks like it's middle to late medieval. One of the timbers probably doesn't match. We've got several wrecks in the same area. So it's quite an interpretation challenge. It was a busy anchorage and a wrecking spot. We need to go back there to do proper dendro for accuracy and to hopefully get provenance of timbers. This is Utterberta, clinker strakes, the wood's from Poland. So is it a Polish vessel or is it exported wood from that area? Difficult to know at the moment. Quite a classic large vessel. This is middle medieval. Once again, we need to go back to this one, hopefully this summer, to do some more dendro. And then the Vidja, extensively researched by the Finnish Heritage Agency, quite dispersed. That was the picture from earlier. This area here is actually where the main wreck is, under these ballad stones, so there's a potential to excavate underneath there if we need to. But this has also got those copper vessels, so we do know it's 14th century. And then the dating graph there. So then we went to Holma, which looked like the oldest. It's actually quite interesting. It's on this route. It comes from Sweden through Åland to the islands here to Finland. It's right near to the Viking centre of Rosala. It's got a medieval harbour close to it, so it's got context. And it's referred to in King Valdemar's journey as Hittis. And it's probably quite a known regular trade route. I'm guessing, but I think it's quite likely. And there we actually have the dating graph. I just mentioned that we actually also, on the map here, we mark where we take our samples. It's very useful for interpretation. So we decided to do vertical research on this more intensively, to do a limited excavation to identify its full structure. Is it fully clinker? Has it got cog features? We want to find a cog in Finland. That would be something. Forget Iron Age Viking vessel, just a cog, please. To take dendro samples from the core timbers and look for typology for artifacts. And basic excavation was expanding the skills of our team, which is quite important for their interest. So we took a 1 meter wide trench down the middle, hopefully looking for the keelson or something else. 50 centimeters down, 50 centimeters wide, quite well managed. Visibility varies. We have clinker timbers there, as you can see. And we got very lucky. So this picture here, this model last minute picture before we covered the wreck up, shows this area here. We found the keelson, which was our main objective, really. And it also apparently has these transverse timbers, these bjorner, that actually go into the mast step, support it. I didn't see it, but Marco Loato saw the edges of what we think is the mast step there, which he thought looked cross-shaped. And he thinks he's seen pictures of it that look like the same mast steps on cog vessels. We took 3 dendro samples. Unfortunately, the first one failed because we didn't actually use the rig. It wasn't on the boat, so we tried sideways doing it. The oscillation was too much. The sample mushed, unfortunately, and then we had a power failure. But we sent that off to C14, and we got this. This is the original graph that we got for the wreck, and this is the one we took from the keelson. And the dates aren't that far off, so it's quite possible it was all built at the same time. So we plan to resample the keelson this year with a proper dendro, one that works. And we want to go into the mast step. We're going to find that coin, that coin that identifies the age. We're probably going to clean the trench to look for some interior levels of decking, but that runs the risk of finding artifacts. So we probably need a much bigger budget agreed before we actually do that for the conservation. This is the Finnish National Heritage Agency for Medieval Wrecks. There's only actually 14 on the list. There's a few others are like fish weirs and broken up underwater objects, but only 14. And we've actually looked at 4 of them so far here. There are 2 others in the Baltic which are quite broken up, which date from the 15th to 16th century. We haven't been there yet. There's 4 of them that are inland lakes. They're very flat-based, very, very narrow draft. Possibly they made it out to the estuaries, to the sea. Very difficult to know. One was found under peat. And then this year we plan to study the last 4 on the list, the Eurosur 6, the Eurosur 7, the Lapri boat, which is a very, very important boat in the history of maritime archaeological research in Finland, and the Egosha. And so just to tie the idea of the ontology together, the ontology makes sense if we consider the Baltic as one network. Complex, sometimes busy in areas, sometimes quiet in other areas. You've got trade, conflict, migration, all these things that are happening. You've got countries organizing their own networks. You've got trading federations like the Hanseatic League. You've got ethnic affiliations trading with each other. Very complex. And if you look at some things like Westerdahl's research, you've got people going from the open sea, then they're coastal hugging. Sometimes they're going into the inland estuaries. They're going into the inland river systems. And then you have to think about it the other way out. Trade goods being transmitted down and out. So all of this complex systems need to be tied together. I think this doing the ontology benefits Finland because a lot of the boats that come from your countries have ended up in our country, well, our waters. So you foreign researchers could share your databases with us about the vessels that sunk in Finnish waters more. At the same time, you can learn about the trade that your vessels did abroad. And similarly, we can find out about Finnish vessels that traveled abroad as well, if they can be found to have been made in Finland. Cross-border benefits would be that this relatively simple methodology and framework could be coordinated between researchers in different countries at times, with compatible data systems that link categories and speed up research, especially if AI is involved. And there's also potential to boost cross-border funding. Finland and Estonia should particularly work together. We have a shared heritage, shared waters, although I think it's more likely in the medieval period your vessels are coming up to Finland rather than the other way around. But and we're still looking for that elusive cog. Viking ships, cog, just a cog. And the concept already has some recognition. So MASS is now a UNESCO accredited NGO, and the concept of ontology has been given some recognition within that. And our chairman, Marco, is actually going to present the topic at ICO 8. I've also been asked to mention that, sorry about this, in 2025, the ontology research was awarded the Federation of Finnish Learned Society and Science Prize, at the European Commission's Europa Nostra Prize for Cultural Heritage, and the European Parliament's actually recognized us as a good science, citizen science team. So I could finish there. I could show you one more rec. What do you think? This is where we're going in 3 weeks' time. So the Eurosur 2, Eurosur 6 and 7. This is the Eurosur 2, the main wreckage is actually sitting there. Large wreck, it's been extensively studied, lots of finds taken out of it by the Finnish Heritage Agency. And in 2008, when they went back, they identified this area here that looked like there were timbers that were much thinner, more fragile, older looking than others. And there's an anchor windlass there as well. 2017 and 2024, MASS went there, we modeled the site, and we took C14 samples, indicated it was 15th century, as opposed to the J2, which is more 18th century. And then we have the area where the timbers are taken from. These are the sample points, and there's your anchor windlass there. Aside from that, we have a plan for Eurosur 2. With all these wrecks, we also monitor them to make sure they haven't decayed, eroded much since the last time. They haven't been looted or damaged by anchor damage or something else. So that's part of our project. And also one of our members, Eero Saarinen, who's involved in DNA studies because he has a different scientific background, is looking into coffee types evolution. So he's been given some money and some support to try and find evidence of 18th century coffee on this ship. It may. We're not quite sure where we're going to look on the ship at the moment. I think it's been said that there's more chance of finding beans on there than there is to find a decent coffee in England. But also we might find some information about 18th century coffee trade in the Baltic, which would be quite interesting as well. So the Eurosur 7 ended up one plank, we sampled it, thick plank, same size as Eurosur 2, so it's actually more to go with them. It's the debris from the main wreck. And then we have 3 different samples from the Eurosur 6. And they have very, very different graphs. So at the moment, we have this interpretation problem. Is it one wreck? Is it two wrecks? We're not sure. Is there some degree of repair going on with some of the timbers? So we hope to do a limited excavation in 3 weeks' time. The applications are through at the moment. And we're hoping to know what elements link to main structure underneath. And then we can try and take some dendrites from that and fully model what we find from there. That's what we do. And lastly, we went in May, we went up to Palinke to do some wreck stay there, a new area for us. In the summer, we go back to Frau Maria and Burster, and because we're actually going to finish some of the 3D documentation for that, we do that to help the Finnish Heritage Agency, and mostly because we want to see these wrecks. They're protected wrecks, and it gives us permission to see them. We have this big exhibition in Suomenlinna. You're invited for the summer, from June through to August. It is our 30th anniversary. It's in 1995. So we promise not to drink any alcohol that night whatsoever, because we're Finns. We have an ongoing project with Lloyd's Register. We have funding from them, so we're trying to connect wrecks that have died and sunk in our waters with things on their register, particularly some of the Russian wrecks, because Lloyd's don't have much information about the Russian wrecks that sunk there. This is going to be a challenge. We have American University Masters coming over in September for 3 weeks, and we've got to make them happy. We will not impose any tariffs on them. And last of all, we have this ongoing long-term plan to set up a marine institute. You know, that kind of Gandalf story we were talking about yesterday. But we're working very hard to actually get the funding together, and we're going to have kids watching us dissect ships underwater in a tank. That's the idea. I really decently hope it actually happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Are there any questions?
It's lunchtime, say nothing.
Yes, it is lunchtime. I don't know anything about coffee beans aboard the vessels, but I know that there is coffee upstairs. Are there any questions from web? None?
You can. I wasn't telling you not to.
I should now ask an awkward question.
You asked him over the last. You've asked him over the last. You should. You should.
Let's go. We have time to talk.
We've been doing this the last 3 days anyway. So.
There's a question from online. Janeke was asked, he mentioned the website. What is the name of the link?
The link to, basically www.mas.fi, so mas.fi. Pista, yeah, .fi, www.mas.fi. And the ontology concept is explained with videos on there and everything else we do. And all our data is open source data. So you can consult it, you can use it, as long as you don't pretend you're just selling it as your own brand. That's all.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That concludes the first part of our day, and let's head to lunch. We should have 1 hour for lunch. If we can make it a little bit shorter, perfect. But let's be here back in what it is, the 1:15. We are 15 minutes off, but I hope we can manage.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Everyone had a good lunch? Perfect. And coffee even, and all those other nice things. We will continue with protecting and presenting younger shipwrecks at Vrak. Vrak is a museum of wrecks in Stockholm. And today, to tell us all about it, here is Susana.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. All right, I have my little support here as well. So hi everyone, I am Susana Vallejos and I work as a coordinator at Vrak Museum of Wrecks, which is located in Stockholm, Sweden. And we're part of the Swedish National Maritime and Transport Museums, along with our sister museums, the Vasa Museum, the National Maritime Museum, both of these in Stockholm, the Naval Museum in Koorküla, and the Railway Museum in Gävle. Plus us, that makes 5. And we're the newest addition to our institution as we opened our doors to the public in September 2021, meaning that we're just about 4 years this fall, or turning 4 years this fall. And our focus is on maritime archaeology and the underwater cultural heritage at the bottom of the entire Baltic Sea. We cover everything from Stone Age, a Stone Age settlement in Denmark to the present day, meaning that we move beyond the limit of what is considered an ancient monument in Sweden. But we also do this in a slightly more sustainable manner than we have done it in the past, and rely heavily on modern technology to make this cultural heritage accessible to more people, to various communities. So today I'm going to be speaking about a few of the younger shipwrecks that we have been working with. And first, I have to say that there are a number of laws, rules, documents, policies that impact what we do and how we do it. Nationally, Sweden's Museum Act, which outlines the legal framework for museums, states that a museum should contribute to society and its development by promoting knowledge and cultural experiences, and that museums should be accessible and adapted to different users. So how do we make underwater cultural heritage accessible to more people, including people that for various reasons might never be able to dive or to experience this cultural heritage for themselves? In addition to the Museum Act, we also have to take into consideration the Ordinance 2007-1198, which contains specific instructions for the Swedish Maritime and Transport Museums, as the agency that is responsible for the state's museums with a maritime and transport history focus. And the ordinance itself makes it clear that it's our task to preserve and develop cultural heritage within our area of focus and to build knowledge about it, as well as to ensure that our activities become a concern for all people in society. And internationally, we have, for example, ICOM's museum definition from 2022, which asks museums to foster a number of things, among others, sustainability. And the UNESCO Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage, which I know that Sweden hasn't ratified yet, but nonetheless, it asks us to prioritize in situ preservation. So how do all these things impact our practice at this sort of relatively new and quite small museum? So if we need to look back for a moment, we find that within a Swedish context, at least, the focus of early museums, as well as the field of maritime archaeology as it was taking shape, used to be on a few spectacular objects, on excavating and salvaging artifacts, and at times entire shipwrecks. But the results of that work varied. As my colleague Patrick, who many of you here know, would say, some good documentation was done, and some good results were reached, even pioneering results at times, but just as often, wrecks became empty shells and salvaged artifacts were left out without proper conservation and management. So what does sustainability mean for us in particular, for Vrak? For us, sustainability has, for one, come to entail finding ways to contribute to the preservation of shipwrecks by leaving things where they're preserved the best today, while also making more than just a few of these shipwrecks accessible to the public, to people, to communities, to society. But also doing so in a sustainable manner, at least a more sustainable manner than we have done in the past. And in terms of the maritime archaeological work that we do, or that we have started to do at Vrak for a number of years now, it entails creating a baseline from where we can follow what happens to a shipwreck site over time, such as natural degradation or looting, for example, a zero base, if you will, while gathering information that we can also use within the museum, whether it is as material for an exhibition or for public programming, both within but also beyond the borders or beyond the walls of our museum, so that we can sort of keep adding and expanding the range of materials, of artifacts, of shipwrecks that we work with and that we share with the public. So in this case, I'm referring more specifically to monitoring, or what we also call care and protection plans, that contain site and artifact plans, photographs, 3D models, etc. And these monitoring, or these plans, are an important tool that enable diving authorities, like the Swedish Maritime Police, like the Coast Guard, to detect any changes at a site. Plans that are also intended to be used as living documents that can be updated or upgraded as results are being monitored, as we're able to follow a site over a long period of time. So a question that sort of has followed this work for some time is, should we do this only for older shipwrecks? Sort of where does the limit go? But a few years ago, there was a change in legislation. When Sweden's Cultural Environmental Act, KML, was amended in 2014, the limit for when a wreck automatically became an ancient monument was pushed back to 1850. Up to then, a shipwreck had automatically become an ancient monument when 100 years had passed from or since it had sunk or wrecked. But when this new law stated that an ancient monument was an ancient monument, if its sinking could be assessed to have happened or occurred before 1850, many shipwrecks lost their status, and some that were about to reach that status were no longer doing so. But at the same time, this new amendment also offered or provided an opportunity to give some younger shipwrecks of high cultural historical interest legal protection. So it did open up for younger shipwrecks to also get these sort of plans. But what needed to be assessed in order to sort of define if a shipwreck had a high cultural interest included things like, or looking at things like its state of preservation, uniqueness, for example, its experience value, meaning the potential to extract or convey knowledge about the shipwreck itself, and its cultural historical context. And so there are a number of shipwrecks in Sweden that fall outside of that 1850s time limit, and here are a few of them. You can see Prosper, Vulcan, Castlewood, for example. I'm going to say a few words about four of them. We have Malmöhus, Annie, Wharfundy, and Vesta. We'll not go in that order. So we'll start with Wharfundy. This is a wooden-built steamship that was built in 1918 during the First World War, and she was built in St. John, New Brunswick, Canada. So ignore what it says about St. John's, that is the wrong St. John. The need for tonnage at the time was great, and so was the need for steel, but there wasn't a supply of steel. So that led to the construction of several wooden cargo ships. Over 125 cargo ships were built between 1917 and 1921. 53 of them were given names beginning with the name War. Out of those 53, only about 11 remained a few years later. And several of them were built by the same dimensions, especially those made of wood. In this case, Orfundi has dimensions of 76.2 meters in length, and it is built in Honduras mahogany. Now, it was also outfitted with modern comforts such as electric lighting and wireless telegraph. Now, in September of 1920, she was headed north to Gävle with coal ordered to be delivered in Gästrikland. And the conditions were pretty foggy. It is said that there was dense fog, the visibility was poor, and so she ran aground near a lighthouse, Grundkallen, and got stuck between rocks with a portside hole at the level of the engine room. And so the day after grounding, a steamer came to attempt to salvage the ship, but due to the conditions at the time, they were only able to salvage the crew. They came back the following day, and again, strong winds and high seas made it impossible to salvage it. And soon after, Orfundi slid off the rocks and sank. She was found 55 years later in 1975 and is described as a fantastic dive site with many details and objects, among other things, anchors, porcelain, glass, cutlery, and so on. But the wreck is pretty difficult to access and is said to be somewhat damaged over the years since she was found, perhaps due to weather or perhaps due to careless diving. She was located by SMTM maritime archaeologists with sonar in June 2022. And based on the material, we could assess, or our staff could assess, that the shipwreck remains were intact and that there was a high experiential value, both for recreational divers and for archaeologists. The shipwreck, with all its preserved sort of details, could share or tell us a lot about not only the ship itself, but this particular time period. Its degree of preservation, obviously, is a main reason for this. And she's seen as being able to contribute knowledge about a specific kind of quite an unusual type of ship during this specific period during the First World War. So it's considered an important historical and archaeological representative for this time. We jump to the next one, which is Vesta. And Vesta is also a cargo ship. And she was built in 1889 in Newcastle, England, and was bought by Finska Ångfartygs AB, or the Finnish Steamship Company. And she had a length of 66.45 meters and a beam of approximately 9 meters. Now, she was in service for that company until 1918, when she was blown by the Reds during the Finnish Civil War. The Reds had placed a bomb inside the engine room, which resulted in the ship sinking. But she was salvaged, she was repaired, and she was reinstated in service. And other things happened throughout her life. But later in 1945, Vesta was on her way with grain from Norrköping to her hometown in Helsinki during a storm, when the shift in the cargo causes Vesta to list and sink. A total of 12 people unfortunately lost their lives. A few did survive. And the wreck was eventually discovered by a diving team in 1992 at a depth of about 40 meters, and also in a really good state of preservation. Vesta was located by SMTM staff with sonar in May of 2023. The sonar mapping showed that the ship was complete, lying in a depth of about 37 meters. Unfortunately, she's almost completely cleared of any objects, which include its steering wheel and navigational instruments, for example. There are also lashing straps, ropes, etc. found on it that are interpreted as likely from salvage operations being conducted or carried out on the ship. And this, of course, reduces, among other things, its experiential or experience value. But Vesta is still very well preserved in regards to its hull and its superstructures, meaning that there is some experience value still there. And divers describe it as a pretty great place to dive at, even though so much has been stolen. And our staff has also assessed that it is still, despite all of this, it's important to protect Vesta. This type of ship is not unique. It is one of many steel steamships that were built during this period and that have shipped grain across the Baltic Sea. However, it is the ship's sort of history, its life, that is considered interesting here, especially its connection to the Finnish Civil War, and as well as its sinking. And so it's seen as an interesting bearer of history here, which is why it then has been assessed as important to protect nonetheless. And then we have our fourth, which is Malmöhus. And Malmöhus, well, it was ordered in 1881 by Skånska Kusten AB. It's also a steamship from Oskarshamns, built by Oskarshamns Mechanical Workshop. And it was delivered the following year, in 1882. It was built of iron. It was equipped with paddle wheels with movable blades. The ship was 37.5 meters long, about 5 meters in width, and with a shallow draft of 1.75 meters. It sank in northern Kalmarsund on its trial run. It didn't make it far. And it was found in 1987 by recreational divers. The divers could draw these sketches of the site. These are made in 1994 by Stefan Eriksson from the Calypso Diving Club in Oskarshamn. And in 2024, maritime archaeologists from Vrak could make a care and protection plan of the wreck and immediately see that some things had changed by comparing this with the sketches from 1994. It is one of the few known paddle steamers. It's a relatively unique type of ship that was just used at the beginning of, or in the second half of the 19th century, and at the beginning of this period. It is a late representative of this ship type. Ignore what I said before, and like I said, it's more or less disappeared once the propeller took over. So it was only used for a limited amount of time, and. So it was equipped with these paddle wheels, and the reason that they wanted a ship like this was because of the area where it was supposed to be used. In the Scanian coast, in Denmark, in the Sound, where it's shallow. And since the knowledge surrounding its sinking is documented, is known, since paddle steamers are rare wrecks, the wreck itself is considered to have a high experience and knowledge value. And it has a high state of, it's relatively well preserved, it is accessible, easy to read, informative, and so it fulfills many of the requirements that you would want. Unfortunately, it is degrading. It is an iron wreck that is rusting away, and there's not much that can be done about it yet. The county administrative board has limited or has implemented a diving ban in the area, so that will help, but this will not help the natural degradation of Malmöhus, which is also why the documentation and plan is so important in this case. And the last one that I wanted to mention was Annie, that was built in 1877 in Sutherland and was just over 70 meters long and under 10 meters wide. It is the 4th steamship, also based in England, and sank while carrying lots of planks, boards, and laths. It left its port in Skellefteå in July 15, 1891. The following day, it ran aground. It started to take in water, and despite attempts to tow it, she sank in July 17th of that year. All crew, fortunately, were rescued. And in 2024, SMTM located Annie at a depth of about 35 meters, standing keel straight, and is assessed to have a high cultural historical value, mainly due to the fact that it is a very well-preserved wreck with good readability. The experience of the wreck, the experience value is considered to be quite great, and it is at a depth that is accessible to quite a few divers. And it is also seen as having the potential to sort of educate or to highlight a period of the Baltic Sea of our history that is not greatly represented, at least in Sweden, and definitely not up among the shipwrecks in the northern part of the country. And there's lots of documentation on this as well. And so here's a photograph that shows, it has a lot of content, as you can see. So this, even though it's quite simple, it's a little bit better than the other photographs in showing sort of the amount of things that Annie actually carries. And the fact that it hasn't been looted, or it hasn't been looted, is most likely due to the fact that it has only recently been found, and so it has avoided any extensive sort of diving, salvage, and so on, which is also a good reason to have this plan so that we can follow what happens on her. This is also another example of some of the documentation work that was done, 3D models with information about the various artifacts on it. Some photographs of parts of the ship. This is a female head on the stern, most likely what's giving its name. And you can see both to the left, but also on the other image here, how this part has actually been cleared a little bit. It didn't used to look like that just a year before this photo was taken. This is from 2023, I believe. Yeah, 2023. You can also see a difference here. 2022, 2023 parts have already are already missing here. They've fallen to the bottom there, and it's hard to know if it's due to, for example, human intervention, but it's believed that it most likely is. And so here we're able to incorporate or to expand, as I was saying, what we expand the preservation to younger shipwrecks, but also at the same time collect a bunch of information that we can then incorporate to the museum in various ways. For those of you that haven't been to see us, it might be relevant to say that we have no collections of our own. The artifacts that we do have are on loan from other museums, and we use a lot of the documentation we do underwater to create other ways of making making this accessible, whether it is via holograms or 3D models or videos or what it is. It's a very important way for us to be able to reach out and to disseminate knowledge about this material. And with that, I want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Of course.
I think this is exceptionally important work. In the Baltic, wooden vessels last longer, and these are going to be gone. And of course we assume because they're more modern that we have all the information about them that we need, but that's been proved many times to be erroneous. There's been refittings, and also we're not able to reconstruct some of the life habitats on board for some of the people. So I think a lot of the metal vessels are going to be gone. Aeroplanes are another issue.
Absolutely.
You know, do they get much funding in Sweden for the metal wreck? Is it less of a priority?
Oh, that is a very, very tough question. I think funding is a challenge for every aspect of what we do. I don't think that I can answer that, actually. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for an excellent presentation. Now you have this timeline 850 in Sweden, and you were talking about ships that are younger than that you have decided to protect. This is also sort of a kind of a very actual question in Finland, because we are in the process of also renewing our Ancient Monuments Act, and it's been proposed, I think, especially by lawyers of different ministries, that we should also have a fixed year like you do. And I think a lot of archaeologists, me included, are against that, and we think that that it's 100 years from sinking is a much better way, because then automatically, let's say, shipwrecks that sank in 1925 would now start to be protected. But of course, that's also an artificial line in many ways. But what I really wanted to ask you is, now, when you protect these like special wrecks that are younger, is there some instance that can then sort of argue with you that they should not be protected when you propose that they should be?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot there. I haven't encountered that, but I think that there are perhaps better people with that to ask that particular question. I actually have a counter question for you. Does the way that it works in Finland now, is there an ability to, like the change that was done in Sweden, to sort of be able to argue for specific ships to still be included despite not meeting their requirements, like if certain criteria are met, or do you have that 100 and nothing else?
Basically, yes, but then within this 100, people are allowed to dive in them, generally speaking, and then we have specially protected wrecks, like I think we have now 6 or 7, but let's say like Vromaria and Borster 1 and St. Nikolai, and they have a protection zone where you can't even anchor and you can't dive on them without a permission from the Heritage Agency. But what I mean with your specially protected younger wrecks is, let's say you give out a statement at Vrak or SM, Statens Maritime Museum, that this should be specially protected, even though that it's younger than 1850.
Yeah.
What is the instance that you give it to, and can
the National Board of Antiquities makes the final decision.
Okay.
So you put together an assessment. They
could basically argue that no, we don't appreciate your assessment. We don't think that it should be protected.
Yes,
which they wouldn't do, I guess. Okay.
Yes,
but so basically, the ultimate decision is still in the hands of, let's say, people from our branch.
Yes, but that might not necessarily work directly with or have that sort of expertise. That's perhaps this is the wrong answer.
What I mean is, it's not like the Transport Ministerium or something who says that we want to keep our water fairways, clear and clean. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, you are right. Yes.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions?
Thank you. I would like to ask why the year 1850 has been chosen. Is there some kind of special
Oh my gosh,
reason?
you guys are so good at asking really tough questions that are before my time. I can find out and then reach out to you because I got your card now. So I will do that. You had a final question, I think.
It's not a question, relax. It was just a comment. I'm agreeing with Kalle over there that the 100-year thing, every time it comes to the point where a wreck is going to get to that 100-year, there's a lot more going on than just the protection conversation. There's like what happened to that tent. There's a story of who's still got people alive from when that wreck went down. And all those conversations are just as important from a sociological point because they bring them up as they come. It's going to be a big event in the Second World War, I'm sure, when you get the 100th year of that. But there are other times where not just individual wrecks, but certain things happen that propel other conversations in wider within the country.
Thank you for the comment.
Yes, thank you.
Taking this whole thing.
Sorry.
One comment. Just very.
Okay.
It was very nice to see you from one of just the last slide what you had about the compass, and we have exactly the same in Maritime Museum, and it's absolutely. And it's also in our main exhibition in Fat Margaret. And if I'm correct, is from Estonian steamer Pakri. But the Estonian steamer Pakri was built in West Hartlepool in 1877. It's quite the same age and the same place. But we have it in very good condition.
I'm gonna go see it.
And there's other things. In 1931, this Pakri ran aground quite close to Hiiumaa.
Thank you so much.
Together. Yeah. All fits together.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. And now we are going to talk about archaeological finds in museum education. And we have Kristel and Helene here. They are educated persons who dealing with museum education daily, and they are going to tell us about all the opportunities and difficulties associated with using original artifacts.
Hello. I'm waiting for Kristel to be ready. So, very glad to be in front of you guys. We've heard a lot of archaeologists speaking, and now there are non-archaeologists in front of you, the guys who have to start working when you bring up all the stuff that you find from the depths. And so we are both, our background is in education, and we are working in the educational team of Estonian Maritime Museum. So I'm the curator of education for more than 10 years already in the Estonian Maritime Museum, but I'm also, in my life before that, I used to be a science teacher, and I actually studied to be like an environmental chemist or something, so things go in funny ways. Yeah, you can say something about yourself, so we can...
Yeah, hello again. And I'm educator as well. I've been teaching in different schools before. I have a tiny bit of history in my background, as my minor at university was history, but kind of a general history. So I'm very excited to work with archaeological objects and all this. So
we try to kind of frame the difficulties and opportunities that are connected with teaching with actual original artifacts, including archaeological finds in particular, but we are talking about all sorts of different objects today.
Okay, so why are we using real objects in museum education? So as you all know, in museum we display a lot of interesting and valuable stuff behind the glass. So very often people cannot touch them, but then we also have copies that we use when we work with our audiences in education. And a lot of museums, educational departments, they also have handling collections.
This picture is from the Museum of London. They have such a nice equipment to bring out these original objects, so I took a picture of their suitcase.
So in Maritime Museum education, to be honest, we don't have this kind of nice stack of boxes, as our handling collection is kind of, let's say, a little bit strange, because I've received a list of things that we can consider a handling collection, which includes a cabin door, something else very big, so we cannot really drag it along.
Some old life vests. So we don't basically have handling collection as such. So if we want to use original objects for handling, for touching them, actually, we need to take them out from the and ask permission from collection managers and put the signature. And so it's quite a big procedure if we want to use actual items in our collections.
And it's our responsibility to keep them somewhere behind the locks, which we don't usually have. And so what we use is often we use copies, but we also use some original, authentic objects, but only when we take them out from the collections. And then in some museum lessons, when we can, of course, we can go to the displayed items behind the glass, and we can just observe from afar. But why are we even using it like in our educational programs? Because it's so easy to just find a nice, clear picture on the internet or from our collections, and we just print it out and voila, here it is, and let's move on with the next thing. Well, you imagine yourselves like having seen something just 2D, a picture. Does it evoke a lot of emotions compared to when you can see a real thing, real object, and even touch it?
Yeah, we can try. I have 2 objects for you. So during time we're gonna talk, you can touch them and decide. One of them is like 600 years or so old thingy, and you can guess which one.
We always call them thingies in our education. Priit. Trina.
We have the permission of Priit to let them to be touched with bare hands. You can just think and then give them on, and then later on, don't say which one is original now, but later on I will ask, and you can just show.
And you can also explore your feelings while you're touching,
smell them maybe.
Smelling, or So yeah.
I wouldn't suggest tasting though.
Yeah. So as we were talking about the senses, one of the reasons why we use objects is that it engages almost all your senses. So for little kids, older kids, it's still very immersive experience to see a real, some kind of object, to touch it. And it engages us in emotional level as well. And yeah, we don't ask people to lick it or touch it, but yeah, smelling,
sometimes
touching.
Measuring it,
yeah,
comparing it, trying to understand the texture, the material.
Yeah. So, and of course it promotes the historical empathy. It, yeah, based on research, it stimulates memory, it enables critical thinking, analyzing, lots of interaction, because we ask the kids to look at the object, a bit fantasize, think what it could have been used for, what it is, so on, so on. So yeah, there are a lot of benefits why we use objects. Of course, there are limitations too, because some objects are very vulnerable, so we cannot give them out every day when we have regular lessons. So in this way, we have copies. We sometimes buy them. We have also the luck that, for example, some of our colleagues are ceramicists, so they can create ceramic copies, what we can use in our lessons. There has been also research done internationally about using authentic objects versus replicas. A lot of museum educators prefer using authentic objects because you know that it connects people closer with the history. It has its story, so therefore it gives more value to the object because it has some sort of a story behind, and the story is very important. However, some educators also think, and quite a lot of them actually, that if there's a context and strong story, it doesn't matter so much if it's authentic object or a replica.
Yeah, so for the visitors' side, it has been shown, as much as I understood, that copies can be better if you can touch them. In the case when you can't touch the actual object, maybe you can only view the real object, but if you can touch the copy, that might work better with memory and learning. So,
and sometimes the educators also prefer replicas or copies because it helps them explain the object's function better, and manipulation and everything. So yeah, but then there is the other thing like authentic or replica, but there is this touch, the moment of touch. It's a very powerful thing to touch something, and it also creates a feeling of trust in visitors. They feel like, wow, am I allowed to touch it? That's a big trust to the visitors. So research has also shown that objects, when they were allowed to be touched, were more interesting for visitors than objects that they could only look at. And they didn't even care to read the accompanying texts in museums.
Visitors rarely actually read the texts. I'm very sorry.
Who reads the text anyway? Yeah, so touch is a powerful thing.
Matter of empowerment. So I've got 3 keywords also here. The narrative. So we often use like objects for touching based on the narrative that we're giving. We have a story and we need to kind of put down the road mark of points that we're gonna connect with our story. Sometimes like we build the narrative around the object, but sometimes we choose the objects by the story we want to tell. I'm not sure which one is the better way, but anyways. And then it's like the question is here, why we are using these objects. It comes also down to the educator, the on-site educator who is working with the kids or with grown-ups, their beliefs and values and what they want to use to mediate the story. And then the third thing, touching versus looking, what Kristel already said. But to give you a bit of context about our museum, for some it's very clear and you know everything. But we offer 19 different curricular-related learning activities, which is narrowing it down a bit, because actually every activity is divided into age groups anyways. And we started thinking like, in how many of those do we actually use original objects? And I'm not talking about ships here, because we were discussing in every program that we have, we are moving through actual ships that are also part of museum collections, but they are not archaeological finds, but they are still part of museum collections. So we can say we go inside our collections almost in every lesson. But if we talk about using this kind of collections that we have and touching those objects that are otherwise somewhere stored away, then we actually have only, I wrote here 3, but we counted again, and we have 4 such programs, and we use archaeological finds also in all of them. Was it so? Yeah. So that's kind of like a question, is it too little? Like, we have so many programs, and we have underwater archaeology as a big like theme in our museum, but we only use these kind of original artifacts if we leave out the ships in 4 of them. So I'm not sure which is
the
it.
thing is also that we are not only talking about history in our lessons, we have also, you know, like environmental subjects and also a lot of other things. So these 19 different curricula-based programs.
Some of them is
very different.
Some of them are
topics.
like about the nature of the Baltic Sea mostly.
Yeah.
So it's kind of logical, but it was interesting to see. It's not in so many. And so we have 3 kind of curators, head of the team, and then we have around 20 people who are educating. So this is our team. But I have to say, besides those people, our scientists and collection managers are very active educators. So here we see Teele and Priit, who are also both very good, inspiring educators in the museum as well. So I have to say our team is actually much better even when working with school children. Yeah, but now Kristel will tell you a little bit about one specific example. When we have this new seaplane hangar, we got our new exhibition, and Kristel made a new lesson for that part of the exhibition.
Yeah. So yeah, just one example of kind of the newest program which talks about maritime archaeology or even underwater archaeology. We created, because our exposition is now much wider, and we can use that to teach something about the archaeologist's jobs, and also why we need the underwater archaeology, and what's the value of it. So we used to have, like some years ago, we used to have another program, How History is Born, something like that. So that one was mostly talking about the Maasilis, the famous Maasilin wreck. And when I was creating the new program, it wasn't only me, it was together with one of the museum guide educator, and we used a lot of consultation from Priit, because, you know, we understand what we were doing, but all this, like, does it make sense? Is it correct, everything? So Priit was a great help to check everything and give more information. So our idea about that lesson was like, Maasilin is great and it has great value, and we can see it. But we tried to challenge the students a little bit more to take them underwater, the things that we don't see. Normally when we look at the sea, we don't see what's under it, and there is so much under it. So actually, my personal interest was one wreck, Nargen. Maybe you've heard. It's located near the island of Naissaar, or Narge in Swedish. It's just off from the coast of Tallinn. And for me, it was a very interesting wreck because, as you see, that's the ortho photo of it. Like Priit also said that it's so messy, as if something huge had fallen on it or something like that. And it was also kind of a bit provoking to me that there were some of these kind of clay vessels that we don't know the purpose or the function of, and nobody has really said it 100% what it was used for. And there is a lot of mystery around that wreck, so which I also found it could spark a lot of creativity to talk about this with students. So and through this lesson we also promote the job of archaeologist or underwater archaeologist or maritime archaeologist, because we are talking about all the steps that the archaeologists do when they find a wreck. Like Maaselin, there were like some indications, some folk stories that under the water there must be something. Nargan was found accidentally in 2015. And so we discussed like what happens when we find the wreck, what are the steps. So basically we have this orthophoto, we have a big kind of a carpet, we put it on the floor, and so we imagine in the classroom we reduce the lights, we give them torches, the kids, we put a video that Priit and Ivar have made. So to kind of imagine that we are going underwater, we are going to do the job there, so we do a lot of measuring. We use actually the clay vessels, the little pots, it's all replica, but we use the objects from the wreck and we place them on the carpet. So we ask the kids to draw everything they see and also decide which objects are valuable enough to take them up, because we are also trying to give forward the idea that the things should stay in situ and only very valuable things to be brought up to send to the lab. So they decide which ones to take and why, and then we kind of take them to the lab and we get the cards with information from the lab. So it creates a lot of discussion in groups and analyzing, and then we also touch the subject like, is it good idea to bring up the wrecks or the objects? And sometimes life gives actually good ideas to go further with the topic, because I think a year or 2 years ago also this wreck site was kind of looted, or like there were traces of that someone had been on the wreck and like misplaced some of the things. So that's also some subject to talk about, like whether we should keep them underwater or bring them up. So we use debate methods and this kind of like analyzing and discussing a lot in this lesson. So we hope that that there will be some more young archaeologists coming. And as you can see on the left photo, this same vessel is here in the display. But yeah, the kids can see the original, the authentic, but in the lesson we use the replicas.
So we have been saying a lot about the benefits or opportunities of using actual archaeological finds, like using all your senses or making the narrative come to alive, or giving these kind of affective experiences and positive emotions. And also enabling accessibility for people with special needs, for example, for blind people, using actual objects. Copies can do the work, but sometimes these, as you know probably very well, if you actually smell and touch the actual real old thing, it's still slightly different. But there are also like difficulties or problems. They can be like fragile or rare, so we need to keep them in special conditions. Of course, when we work with school groups, they wear special equipment, but sometimes it is still not possible to have them touch everything, so they can only view them. So as we said, we don't have any real handling collection, so every object we use from the collection has to go through a lot of paperwork from our side to make it possible. And it comes down really much to the background of our on-site educators. Do they value those real things as much as we do? We are really enthusiastic, but they might say like, whatever, I can show a PowerPoint, that's enough. So it has to be really understood like didactically and pedagogically also like the value of these real objects. And in the end, it's kind of exclusive to use these real objects because there are not many. And we don't have so many, let's say, seminar rooms which have the conditions to work with such things. So we only limit using such things and touching real objects to very specific learning activities that are curricular related and meant for school groups who are learning history. But we don't use them in more, let's say, entertaining programs like children parties or whatever. So it is a kind of exclusive way to learn in the museum. But what I want to come to are some questions that when making this presentation we kind of framed that are connected with using these original artifacts. One thing is about like, should we expand their use to edutainment as to like, I don't know, regular guided tours? Should every guide have something real in their pocket to show around or not? When should we use copies when real objects? Like we have been thriving towards real objects, but now we are kind of thinking, yeah, but maybe we should have much more copies to have like much more variety to these lessons. Also, how can we employ these kind of virtual tools more to bring these underwater heritage finds even closer? We are doing it in this activity what Kristel described, but there are definitely much more opportunities. Susana from Vrak Museum also described like, and also from Finnish example, there are so many open access opportunities to use, but how can we incorporate them or, I don't know, bring them to teachers? This is what we have to work with, I guess. And also, one question is like, how bold can we be when we connect the dots with a narrative, in a sense that listening to you guys also, like we have these guys like Vello Mäss or Bruno Pau who have these ideas like, oh, there must be a Viking ship here, and when you say that everywhere, then in the end you will find Viking ship somewhere anyways. But it's kind of like, we are only educators, we are not historians, and we take your stories quite seriously. So, but we also have to think like, somebody has these bold ideas, but do the facts actually line up, or is it more like wishful thinking sometimes? So it's kind of like, where's the balance between the excitement and the science, if you get what I am saying? Because before, Kristel said that before the archaeology program we had about Maasilinna wreck, and there were materials compiled by another our museum staff person, and we tried to kind of unearth or find the original source of one statement in the program. And we went to the article that referred to another article to another, and we found Bruno Pau's article which didn't have a reference to the fact that he stated, and we were like, okay, but can we use that? Is it ethical to use this? Like this was a great guy and he probably was onto something, but we are talking about like critical thinking, and you need to have references.
Yeah, because before we arrived at this Bruno Pau quotation, I even contacted Johan Graham, who a lot of you know, the historian about the medieval history, and he did some research too, and said, I have no idea where this quotation comes from. So we're like, okay, so maybe we cannot use it. But talking about the excitement here, we are also excited about like using objects and the shipwrecks and everything, like. And even the teachers might be excited, but then I'm thinking how to give that excitement to the school kids, because the kids who come, like, let's say the 14, 15-year-old, like, sometimes they come to the museum lesson and they have no idea what lesson they are coming to or what's going to happen. So
we had to be here by 10.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, now we do this underwater archaeology. So we have to think which way or what do we use to give that tiny bit of excitement to these kids as well.
So, and last two questions for ourselves is how to kind of incorporate more interdisciplinarity, in a sense that here we have also a dendrochronologist, which is like natural sciences, and a lot of methods that you guys use to actually date and understand the sites and the findings are natural sciences. And so this is something where we could do better, I guess, to kind of incorporate those methods of natural sciences to our archaeology lessons, I would say. And the last thing is, maybe you can answer, is like, what can we give back? We are working with the kids and we get their ideas and questions and stuff. What can we give back to the scientists? Is there anything that would be useful for you to hear from what we are doing with the kids? I'm not sure. Maybe you know, maybe you can say. So, which one is the real one?
How do we answer?
This one?
No. That one. Yeah.
The squish one.
I think the one on the one on your right hand. It smells like sea.
Okay, the right answer.
Is wet.
You are both right. They are both original artifacts. But I wanted to get you really spelling them and touching them and to feel the excitement of kids.
Yeah, so maybe it was your emotional preference to this or this, and
I tried to find as different pieces as we got.
Yes, tricky educators.
So that's all from us. Do take contact, and if you want to hear more about field trips or learning in the museum, there is a short lecture there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Questions, comments, answers?
You have very different programs. Which programs are the favorite? Underwater archaeology or?
Actually, we have another program in Fat Margaret. It's called Peter's Cog. You all know the shipwreck probably, but it has been offered already for a long time, and it's also part of our kind of a procurement for the Tallinn Educational Board.
Well, the thing is, Peter's Cog program is integrated with natural sciences, so we have this badge for it, which says it is high quality environmental education, which makes it possible to get funding for it. So Peter's Cog program is most popular among those archaeology programs because of that badge.
Yeah, and it also covers the national curriculum part about medieval city life and the medieval trade across the Baltic Sea, Hanseatic League and all this. So it's very connected to the national curriculum, which the teachers are usually looking for, like how the museum lessons can make my life easier.
I have a comment. You were asking questions. By the way, thanks for a really great presentation. One can see that you are professionals in giving presentations. You know. But you asked, what can you give back? And I think a lot. But what springs to my mind is it's of course up for let's say archaeologists, historians to ask this from you. But is really what kind of reactions the children have, and what are they questions? You know, then it's what I think in a couple of, I don't know if you can call them newspapers anymore when everything is digitalized, but you have these children's questions, like children's science questions, and I think they are oftentimes really great questions, and those are questions that it's good for us to think about them, you know.
Yeah, I think the younger the age, the more questions they have. Like with teenagers, they are usually very quiet. But the younger ones, like when we have given this 5-hole vessel, this kind of unknown, mysterious vessel for the younger kids, they start creating ideas about the function, they ask questions. So it's actually really nice to work with the young ones in archaeology.
Do you have statistics? Are the classes coming back, like had archaeology class and come back to environment or some other class?
Well, we do collect statistics, and it's more like connected to subject teachers. So it's like maybe one teacher in specific school comes back every year with 7th grade doing this program. We see these trends with some teachers. And some schools come more often because they are more clever in getting funding. So it's more like connected to that. But we do definitely have specific teachers that we are working much more with.
But the same class or the same kids coming from some other?
Not so much, especially because we have a ticket price. So for example, they don't come every year. Maybe after some years they come again. And there are so many great museums in Estonia which offer so many great programs. So I would even say, like, I'm not very sad. As far as I know, that they're going to these other museums, because we have our topics and they have theirs, and I just hope kids have really diverse like schooling journey in that sense. So I am not particularly sad if they don't come back, but I'm very glad if we have good connection with specific teachers so that we know they come and they prepare kids, because this is what is really important, that the thing that they are doing in the museum is connected with what they are doing at school. And this is like key person is the teacher. We can do like be clowns and do whatever, but if they are not prepared, like Kristel said, they are coming. Like last week I heard one teacher was saying, like, I asked from the kids, do you know what program this is? And the teacher was like, it's a surprise. So we are like, okay, let's talk about marine physics now. So it's yeah.
Okay, I have the question. Quite in the same way like Helena asked. When I worked in a small local museum, then we have chosen the class that was started from the first class and until they finished.
This was here in Hiiumaa, yeah?
Yeah, the 9th class. They were visiting all the exhibitions that we had the program constantly. And have we done something similar, that chosen some kind of teacher? Or
we have had such a collaboration with one class in the primary school. So they started, I think they were in 1st grade. So they were our testing group. So they tested all the programs connected to new exhibitions until they were in 4th or 5th grade. And these kids, they became like professionals. They came and they were already like, yeah, let's do this. And I was like, you're gonna be my katsejänesed, like lab rats now. And they were like, yeah. And they had so good questions and suggestions. Oh, remember last time you did this? This really worked well. So it is true that working with one class, they become your partners very much. Yeah. So, but here in Hiiumaa, it's very different situation than in Tallinn. Here is like one such museum and you go to school next to it. Then of course you go there very often, but in Tallinn there are so many options. Yeah. So it's like...
Here you could see how the class is starting to act differently than the other classes.
They are like childhood experts, which we all also have had in the museum, childhood experts who give expert opinions on the exhibition. But we don't right now, but maybe in future again.
Hi, I'm not sure if this is going to be any value to you, but I hope. I embarrassingly told my daughter's teacher that I was an archaeologist. So she invited me into the school and I ended up doing talks for 5 different years, 2-hour talks. And it wasn't all archaeology. I set out 20 objects with quizzes for them. And about 40% of them were actual natural geological objects. And I wanted them to try and discern the difference between the natural object that maybe looked like and which was man-made and which was older and what was more modern. I mean, the most embarrassing circumstance was I had a replica 17th century pistol from Euro Disney, which I gave them. And they were like, it's a pirate ship, blah, blah, blah. And most of them thought it was So I was challenging stereotypes as well. But I think there's this distinction between natural and archaeological. as well as, you know?
Actually, it's very, in literature also, researchers define original artifacts very differently. So natural objects can be also considered original artifacts because they are originally from the... But we have, sometimes Priit gives us his leftovers like these, so we can also show children things and ask, like, is it like natural object or what is it? Yeah. So maybe underwater archaeologists can even say what it is. Well, Priit just said before that, no, I can't say, it's recorded, but it looks a bit bad. But it's a nail inside, so it's just a very rusty nail with some clay around it. But with good archaeology eyes, you can spot it from far, especially when you're working with medieval ships every day. So you can see, oh, this is very special nail.
Mm-hmm. And this is what we have actually considered too, that to do a program about like the natural sciences and archaeology, because it's so multidisciplinary, and you can ask the chemistry teachers, the physics teachers come and do their bits of work on these finds and
But I think we are over time, so
that's fine. Thank you.
I am honored to introduce our next speaker, who is Priit Lätti from Maritime Museum. And he will discuss the shift in the research focus of the museum based on our archaeological collections. So whenever you're ready with the microphone, I can hand you over the stage. Okay, good luck, Priit.
Oh, thank you. Good. It's me again. Yes, from underwater to maritime. I am not actually a right person to talk about it. There should be a curator of collections here. But, well, some years ago, when I joined the Maritime Museum, one of my works was to familiarize myself with the underwater archaeology collection at the museum, and try to make something out of it. And I have had the joy and privilege of being there for some years now, seeing the gradual change in the fieldworks, but also in the collection the Maritime Museum houses. So in the next couple of minutes I will try to describe it to you. And just first, some background. Maritime Museum currently houses more than 100,000 artifacts from very different materials, very different time periods. Not all of them are from ships and about ships. We have obviously documents collection, we have technical equipment collection, ship models, which are absolutely essential for a maritime museum. We have textiles, for example, uniforms and flags, various works of art, weapons, etc., etc. The one collection which is highlighted here also, the archaeological collection, is the one I'm going to talk about. And actually now it's a little bit problematic for me to be the presenter here on the second day, because Urmas has told quite a lot of it. Kaido showed the same pictures, then there was Lisa. I don't know what I'm doing here. But anyway, it started with sporadic finds. And again, I have to underline that I am concentrating strictly on the artifacts in museums collection. I'm not going into the history of maritime archaeology here. So we can start in 1930s. There are sporadic finds the old harbor of Tallinn, which is today the main passenger harbor, which was a historical port for cargo ships, Hanseatic trade onward to 20th century. It was also a naval port. So it has been built, rebuilt for centuries, dredged, because there was always problem with sand piling up. So it is only logical that there are vast number of archaeological artifacts coming out, not only in 20th century, definitely earlier, and we know practically nothing about them. Although there are, even in 19th century, there are finds that literally make the headlines. When a ship is found, today it makes the headlines because it's such an amazing thing. It also happened in 19th century, and here is the picture of 1930s when, as you can see, a big vessel was brought to light. You can actually see that there are supports here holding the hull together, which means that it wasn't instantly taken into pieces. It was actually studied, and at least there was some attempts trying to preserve it. What happened with the ship is peculiarly unclear. The ship is not here anymore. We don't have it. I think we have a couple of pieces of the keel. Those big oak details, ship timbers sawn into, well, how to say it, manageable size pieces, featuring a distinct rabbet for the planks, there was one article that instantly says that this was a caulk. What else? Jānis Meinerts, the former captain and the director of Maritime Museum at the time, identified this as a Swedish warship, which is very, very likely. However, you can see that, you know, the Swedish warship is not going to fly, which means that in the mass media it was turned into the gold ship. It must have been a cargo of gold or other valuables aboard, because it just has to. And the legends about the gold ships are quite numerous and common. But also there was an exchange of letters between maritime administration, Tallinn Harbor, but also between the Navy. And it is interesting that the need for a wreck realization plan was worded. So it might be the case that it was quite well known, at least to harbor authorities, that those finds are common. Not intact ships all the time, but still ship details coming out. Which means that we have to have some kind of idea what to do with them. Some pieces were offered to a national museum. It was also offered to Maritime Museum. At the time, Maritime Museum says that, well, we don't have actually the means to do something with them. And so nowadays we have only a couple of pieces remaining, and they should be the oldest remaining archaeological finds, at least in our collection. Everything else about the ship is sadly lost, and I think it is connected with the same wreck. A couple of years after the find, Maritime Museum received a letter asking for black oak because some model maker wanted the historical material to build ship model. We have to jump a little bit. The first expedition. Well, I'm not going to surprise you. I'm very sorry. It was the cooperation between the Maritime Museum, the Institute of History, and the Kirov fishing farm, which had the technical means to conduct such fieldworks at sea. And also Vello Mäss, the legendary underwater archaeologist at the time, worked for Kirov fishing farm. So in 1978, they left Tallinn and headed towards Kõrgessaare harbor, and with a plan to study the Neckmangrund or Hiiu madal, a very well known place for it, because it's a very essentially known in folk tales as the cemetery of ships. So the idea was that definitely it's possible to find something there. Yes, so Vello Mäss also here already on deck of Mare, our long-serving and now retired research vessel. Yes, I want to point out the one thing which in my mind is extremely important, the research vessel. Here you can see Mare, but museum has, now we have a new one, but the simple fact that already in the Soviet period, the museum managed to acquire first the support, obviously, but then its own vessel, and to carry out yearly expeditions at sea. This is remarkable in every sense. And methodology, I don't have a good picture about glider, so this is here from the warmer waters, but this is essentially the idea that the diver is being towed and it's possible to cover the large area. And first finds, I really tried to understand what was the first item to be brought to surface in 1978. The simple fact is that we don't know. There are very nice pictures with divers posing with found artifacts, but which one of them was the first, God only knows. And Vello Mäss probably knows, but he's no longer with us. There is a very nice documentary about the first years of fieldwork, Ettevaatust Hiiu madal, or Caution Neckmangrund. And in there, they very clearly show how the finds are brought to surface, and there is this, I think it was Bruno Bao probably who said that to the divers were in the water, he was on board looking overboard and said 100 finds, no less, 100 finds, then we can go back. It obviously a joke, but as with every joke, it has a little bit of bitter truth, because they had to prove that they are doing something. They really have to show results. Otherwise, it would be questioned. All the expenses, all the permits they have, it would be questioned. So probably one of the first artifacts brought aboard the vessel was the metal nails from Hiiu madal, the ships destroyed there, and also one fish, also not preserved. The nails are still here. So we can say the first finds, mostly ship details, mostly metal details, although there are pictures about timbers being lifted aboard, but they are not in the collection nowadays. Probably left unconserved, they are most probably disintegrated. But also equipment and various onboard items. And here you can see, that's Urmas, I think, here. Taking a look at the material from the Brig Collier 8. And this is probably the first, more or less complete collection of artifacts recovered from the seabed. Otherwise, it was just stray finds. Because if you imagine the shoal in Hiiumaal, it's a mix of various ships and details. So just grab what you can, but it is archaeologically it's impossible to connect them, those small nails or something else, it's impossible to connect them with known vessels. But now we have one quite well preserved sailing vessel identified with about 80% certainty that it is the Aid with coal cargo. And quite a lot of artifacts from compass housing to the water filter here, to the plates here, were brought to surface. And of course, as Urmas already mentioned yesterday, not only sea, the rivers, for example, Emajõgi, which is the river flowing through Tartu, was studied. Also the Lake Viljandi with its vast amount of weapons. Here you can actually see the fieldwork on Lake Viljandi. And then obviously the star find at that time, Maasilin, there. Archaeologically, I don't even have to speak about it. Kaido spoke about it so much. But archaeologically, it's so well preserved. And these were really scientific studies, numbering, documenting, cleaning the ship, preparing to recover it, conserving everything. Here you can see the remaining wreck piece, the bow area, by the way, being lifted on the truck. And up to this point, and I am fairly certain that I am right, up to this point, Maasilin wreck is the biggest artifact recovered from the seabed in Estonia. Definitely in Estonia, maybe in Baltic states, but now, I don't know. It should be. And in museum, doing quite well. Nowadays, it's doing even better because it's been fenced off. Because when I joined the Maritime Museum, one of my first works that I have done, I armed myself with a dentist tool. You know those awful torture instruments they use, and I had to pick chewing gums from the ship because there was no perimeter around the vessel, so the children just added a little bit of material. The second very nice collection is from Russian frigate Wachtmeister, sank near Aegna. Just for context, Tallinn is somewhere there, and this is also a very bad area for navigation. It's very rocky and shallow. Russian frigate from 18th century, extensively researched, and quite a lot of weapons and other artifacts recovered. I think it's the only piece of gold recovered in Estonian waters, this cockerel of the officer's hat, although badly damaged by conservation works. So nowadays you don't even look at it, it's so fragile. And then what Kristel also mentioned, Nargen, and here you can actually see a little bit of what we have to deal with. These are all wrecks in Tallinn Bay. And Nargen is here, right next to Naissaar. It was, yes, discovered in 2015. And as you can see, it is a very badly damaged small sailing vessel. This is the orthophoto made by Saab. And instantly, during the first dives, it was apparent that there was a lot of very interesting artifacts among the ship details. So divers, Vello Mäss didn't dive there anymore. His health was not so good for that, so he guided the fieldworks from the surface. Unfortunately, the Navy divers, who very kindly offered help, they got a little bit carried away. So initially it was said that about 5 artifacts will be recovered just for analysis purposes, and then the Navy divers understood that every single one of them can take 5, which means that the number grew very fast. So nowadays we have over 50 artifacts in museum. But as Kristel mentioned, it was actually a real stroke of luck, because the wreck was looted a couple of years ago. So here are some photos, and this is actually interesting. Ivar, who is an expert on that ship, says always that every dive is a new one, because it constantly changes, and we actually don't know why. Strong currents or something like that constantly seem to shift things around. Yeah, altogether 52 artifacts, among them those interesting globular vessels, but also glass, and also a syringe. And more glass, yes. So at the moment, our best guess is that we are looking at laboratory equipment, most probably. And this is one of the largest and last artifact collections brought to surface, 2015. Again, it's a little bit problematic, because I don't know exactly when Vello Mäss shifted from diving works to only remote sensing sonar works. It happened probably in 1990s, as Liisa suggested. And I tried to dig around in the collection that when did the last artifacts reached the Maritime Museum, but the date of the registration doesn't actually give us very good clues, because they usually were handed over later. So quite a lot of remote sensing works, sonar surveys were carried out, which is actually very good, because now we have a very nice wreck database. Nowadays it's the hydrographic information system, so it is actually available and accessible freely. I can, if some of you is interested, I can send a link. Yeah, so this is the thing that Vello did. These are all the points on the map in the coastal waters. And already from 2015, one of the main events that really shifted the collection from underwater material to the on-land material happened in Kadriorg, when the medieval vessel, nowadays known as Peter Koog, was found. Original. So here are the excavations. And from that vessel, over 1,200 artifacts have been recovered, among them tools, remains of cargo, remains of navigational equipment, a little bit about rigging. Yeah, also a lot of pottery, very nice stone vessels, also very well preserved wooden vessels. And so when this collection was brought to the museum, then instantly the balance shifted, because now it is no more underwater archaeological collection, but it is rather a maritime archaeological connection, or ship archaeological, if you will. And also at that time, the methodology and practice also changed, because nowadays we don't bring the things up just because. We have to have a very good idea what we are going to do with it. So we have also ship timbers, and we have the ship. This here already in the museum. And it got worse. In 2022, another one was found, even bigger, and I would like to say even better. So at the moment we have about 500 artifacts, also from various materials, very well presenting all the aspects of life aboard a medieval vessel. And then, yes, these are the stars of the show, obviously. The compass found from the vessel, and also 2 rats preserved very well. But now, these are the first rats we found. Now we have 2 more. The rat. I am not a ratologist, and I don't know yet. They are at the moment spending their well-earned vacation at the laboratory, and we let's see when we get the results. Ship timbers, obviously, and the whole ship. And I'm fairly certain that this vessel, with its length of 24 meters, is definitely one of the biggest loose artifacts, archaeological artifacts in Estonia. So currently we have, in the collections, we have underwater finds, roughly 700. We have now finds from dry land, over 2,000, and the number is actually growing. So I tried to illustrate it a little bit from the beginning of underwater research, gradually shifting towards the land, towards the material from coastal areas and dry land. And now I would say that mostly we are dealing with finds from dry land from those 3, actually from 3 ships, Marcelin, but also Peterkog and Shipwrecks, and underwater material is added, well, relatively seldom. And just one thing, again, to emphasize the importance of the real things. People tend to like them, and then the real things are the things that people come to see in the museum. So, one of the aspects is using them in education, but the other one is most definitely the methodology and science, if you will, of exhibiting them, because these are the things that actually tell the tales. So, and we are very happy in that sense, right?
Thank you, Priit. I believe we have time for one question from the audience. All right.
Yes, please. Yeah,
it was a wonderful overview, and in matter of fact, I could have a bunch of comments, and but I just only 1 or 2, And first of all, when yesterday I told that we had a first idea is to find a Viking ship, but of course it was idea to find the Koork also, and but the most craziest idea was to find both in one time, because we started because in those days you can be very somehow creative, because it's quite well-known stories that in 1215 was a great battle in naval battle in the west coast, probably the west coast of Saaremaa, in Opus Portus Novus. Mm-hmm. And of course we had a small conference also in Maritime Museums, and we tried to find out where the place was, and if we could find the place, this right place, maybe it's possible to find both the ancient Estonian vessel, which was very light, and the rowing boat, or with a sail, and also a German Koork. But nevertheless, nothing nothing similar happened. Now about I just started to remember about Mare. It was bought from Pärnu collective farm, fishing collective farm, but it was bought just with nothing because the ship was a total wreck, absolutely wreck, and it was very. We really had a problem towing it from Pärnu to Tallinn because it was in very bad condition. And in one of the pictures was also a former director, Maritime Museum Ants Pärna, and who just he was a guy who just maybe as a sailor, and he had some kind of passion to take risks because I know that if he took this vessel, and of course Vello told him that it's a good idea, but of course Vello never had the money to start to restore this vessel, and but Pärnu found the first financial support from Minister of Culture, and later on also the Kirov collective farm put some money, and all the club members of Vikar of course spent many weekends on board of Mare, and later want to paint it. But that's okay. There can be more comments, but okay, I will end it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Urmas, and thank you, Priit, for an interesting presentation. Yes, any more comments?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, dear friends, let's gather again for two last presentations. And our next speaker is Alar Läänelaid, with whom we have had a very fruitful cooperation because he has been helping us with.
Täppi väiksemaks ei saa teha, seda punast täppi seal. jah, ei saa. Aitäh.
And he's been helping us with dendrodating our shipwrecks, but and this is the thing he will. This is the thing he will talk about today, although I'm quite sure he would share very many fascinating stories about sampling various wooden artifacts. But at the moment, wrecks in Estonia and their dendrochronological dating.
Thank you, Priit. There are very great hopes, and I am not sure if I can justify these hopes today because I am going only to show you an overview of my works up to now. And I present here the dendrochronological results of my works on dating of these wrecks, and some of them have been dealt already in the earlier presentations. And here once more I show you the principal scheme, what is basic thing in dendrochronology, and this is how the individual sequences of tree ring width are overlapping in time, and therefore a long tree ring chronology is composed. Actually, regarding the wrecks of ships, we need several of such kind of chronologies because in the initial stage we don't know where the ship has come. And regarding dendrochronological dating, there arises a sapwood question. In the case of oak wood, and oak is main building material of older ships, the ship planks were cut usually in radial So, no. Oh, I wanted to. Yeah, here. Here, in radial direction. And this means that the planks are radial and they are not changing their shape so much than these were in tangential shape. And here one case is tangential, this one here, but the rest are all like rays of a sun, and this is a right way to make the ship boards or even the bows. And the center photo, the place, shows three different kinds of punctuality or exactness of the anthropological samples. The upper one here is the best case when the under the bark surface has entirely preserved, and it means that if we are able to date three ring series, then we know the calendar year of growing of the last wood layer there, and it means that that's the time of felling the tree. But in the case of ships, often the outermost surface has cut away, either entirely or in halfway, and therefore we have to guess how much wood has been lost there, and where was the under the bark surface. Fortunately, again, we know approximately how many sapwood rings are there in the oak trees, which have been originated from the coasts of the Baltic Sea, and it is in average 15 sapwood rings, and it means that if we have the sapwood, the lighter part of the tree, preserved partly, and say we have here 10 rings, then we know that in average maybe 5 rings is absent, and therefore we can get approximate felling date. Now single wrecks which I have dated, and we already had some discussions here about kinds of sampling from wrecks, and in Finland they prefer the borer cores, and we also have used borers, but for timbers above the water in the dry condition. But in wrecks, it is preferred to take the crosscut samples like here. And in this case, the D-terminal wreck from Tallinn Harbour, we have got altogether 22 crosscuts. The left side, these are the crosscuts from the planks, and here are from the bows of the wreck. And usually the dating is teamwork with several investigators. In this case, I analyzed these together with Ifedeli from Copenhagen. And the scheme at left has been composed by Ifedeli here, and the blue ribbon here, it's exactly that I showed in the previous slide, that this is a very probable cutting time, taking into account the probable average sapwood ring number. And here, crucial is this sample here. The dark gray is here the sapwood rings, and it is very probable that this is really the felling date, but not 100% sure. And if it is so, then the last ring was dated like 1774, might be the felling date, but not 100% sure. And the results have been published also here. Now the next was called Kadriorg Ferry. Usually the real names of the ferries and boats and ships are not known, so this is agreement only to name it so. And there we got 9 samples from the planks and 2 from bows. And nowhere there was lineage, I mean the last ring under the bark, and therefore the dating result must be qualified like terminus post quem. It means the time after that trees were felled after that year. And again, dendrochronologists compare the wreck series with all available reference chronologies in their database, and it happens that certain references, certain chronologies are the most similar to the wreck data. And in this case, Lower Silesia oak chronology from Thomas Vajny was the most similar. And it is very likely that the oak has grown in Lower Silesia. And here is a graph of the 3 rings also. The red one comes from the Kadriorg Ferry, and the black one is the reference. Kalaranna wreck from Tallinn. Again, 14 samples, cross-cut samples. Again, this graph composed by Ifedeli again. And here are the probable periods when these timbers could be felled. And here again at the left bottom there are the similarities with the reference from northern Germany, from Oldenburg, oak chronology, and here is a publication. Next is another wreck from Kadriorg. It's in the vicinity of Tallinn. And according or after the finder of the wreck, it was called Viljo wreck. Viljo was the man who first discovered the wreck. And this is pine, and it was dendrodated again against Estonian pine chronologies. 1487, and again terminus post quem. It means that last rings of the wreck timbers were not preserved, and there is an unknown number of rings missing. And the trees, the pine trees, have been felled after that date only. Another wreck from Kadriorg, wreck Peter, which was several times referred here already, and the story of the wreck is really impressive. So it was discovered, dug out, and cut and taken out and transported to the Maritime Museum and put into the courtyard of the Fat Margaret from the sky, so down. And the dendrodate of the wreck from many samples is rather early, 1296 terminus post quem again, and actually it means that there are only 4 years until the beginning of the next century. So it is fully possible that 4 years or even more have been lost from the surface of the samples, and actually the wreck comes from the beginning of the 14th century, it means. And this is a main thing there in the museum now. Now let's take an alternative wreck from freshwater from the eastern part of Estonia. Here is where is Tartu? Anywhere there, yeah. And here is river Emajõgi, and quite near to the river mouth there is a small Kalli river, and there was discovered a stern of a wreck, only a stern. And they assumed that maybe it belonged to a very famous Swedish flagship, Carolus, which was sunken by Russians in the river Emajõgi. And the shipwreck of the Swedish Carolus is documented. It is known that it happened in 1704, but the dendro date of this stern appeared to be 1718, so a little bit later. So it was not the Swedish ship then. And here is a magnified part of the last rings here, and the last rings are extremely narrow. So if there is something missing, then not much, maybe 1-2 rings only. Kiikri street number 6 from the property of Kiikri 6 was found in Tallinn, and again cross-cut samples were obtained from the wreck, and places, locations of the samples were very carefully documented at left side there, and 4 of them were firmly dated, and their average was dated as 1873, and again TBQ. So it means that later of that time. From Lake Peipsi, again a freshwater vessel, and only 4 samples were collected. I think that Maili Royo collected and brought them to me, and that was called Kuru Vrak, after the Kuru village there at the northern coast of Lake Peipsi. And as Maili already knew that it is not an old ship, but relatively new, and really I dated it first to 1907. But then Maili found some documents or legends from the local people that it should be a little bit later. And really, first I had missed this one sample because of very few 3 rings here. There was some 30 rings or something. But when I joined and compared these longer 3-ring series with this, then it happened that this sample had 1 ring more out of the back than this. And if here the last ring, it is whitened with chalk here. The last ring was dated 1907, then this was dated 1908. And this is a true date here. So individually, it would be undateable because too small number of rings, but together with other sample, it was possible. Kuivastu wreck. Just yesterday, we had talk here with the diver Kaido Peremes, and he had brought this sample of keel of the wreck to me to Dendro Lab in Tartu, and I was able to date it 1893, and against a reference from Viljandi in southern part of Estonia. But actually, I have to say that Estonian three-ring series of pine are relatively similar to each other, so it is possible to date with western or eastern part of Estonia, most of the local pine wood. So it was a very happy case when the wreck was possible to date by a single sample only. But usually it's much better if there are dozens of samples from the one ship. Litogorand wreck. And this is an old story already. I think the first dendrochronologist of Estonia, architect Kalvi Aluve, had studied it already and given a report in 1984, and here are the pages of this Aluve's report. But in the header of these pages, there is told that these samples were undateable. And it is quite understandable because greatly dendro dating is also the thing of success, or thing of happiness. So not every sample is dateable. And again, I have to give a great honor to my predecessor, Kalvi Aluve, because at that time, when Kalvi Aluve worked, it was a pre-computer era. So he had no computers, and it is all handwork there. So very great work, and taking it into account that it is really a huge work that he was able to measure the three rings by hands or by a primitive microscope. Yeah, and I was able to date one of his samples or measurements, and it appeared to be 1489, and plus marks again that it is terminus post quim, and it was oak. And now the Lordsi Street 8, the famous and the biggest, which Priit reminded just now. And there, thanks to Urmas Dresen and thanks to Priit and others, we were allowed to take a number of samples from them because the wreck was sawn into 4 sections already before, and the sampling, taking the cross cuts, didn't harm the wreck anymore, and nobody even understands that there are some pieces taken away. And it is quite clear, quite understandable that the ship will not navigate anymore. So we took tens of samples from there. And investigations of the samples are going on. It is not finished yet. and we have found some new aspects of investigation of that. One of them is dating of the so-called moon rings, which are the lighter stripes in the inner wood of oak timber, and we are working on that yet. The left graph is also composed by Ifedeli, who is a member of our investigation group, and again the red vertical line means the most probable date of the samples, because every individual sample ends with different year here, and the gray part marks again the sapwood rings. Part of the samples have no sapwood at all. Some of them are some sapwood rings, but very differently. And now the most crucial, the key sample is in the bottom here, the last one. When the gray extends to the year 1374. And this is magnified the same. And here the lighter part is the sapwood. It's a lighter color. And the last ring here is this one. Now, the question is that is this under the bark surface or not? But as it was here, and from the other side, I think it was here also a little bit, then maybe it was, but not 100% sure. And again, now, as it coincides mostly with the result from the other samples, so we had the question how to interpret this last date. Is it the part of the ship construction, or because these yellow samples were loose in the wreck, is it last, the carriage? And the question is still open. We don't know yet. And the origin, the geographical origin of the shipwreck timbers is greatly helped to determine by a recent paper from Ifedeli and Iron Tires. And the paper is the sources of Baltic oak, where they have elaborated a huge material over Europe, the oak origins from many museums, not only wrecks, but also painting panels in the Western European museums. It's also oak. And they have found and regrouped the oak series and found out that the traditional three Baltic oak chronologies can be located as shown here in the map. So the Baltic I chronology, which was only known before that Baltic I, from anywhere from the coast of the Baltic Sea, and probably not from Estonia. We are here, by the way. Yeah. And it comes from the neighborhood of Meemel, or nowadays Klaipeda. And so-called Baltic II chronology comes from anywhere in the central or eastern part of nowadays Poland, where is a joining point of big rivers. And why we can relate with the rivers? Because it is known that oak wood was floated by rivers to the harbor towns and then shipped to the destination harbors again, including Estonia. And the Baltic III chronology originates from the vicinities of nowadays Vilno. anywhere. And again, there is a river passing Vilnius, Neris, and it is quite possible that actually the wood has come from eastward, from farther places. And this is a very good investigation, very good discovery. Now, when we find that the Lootsi ship samples resembles much and the most with the Baltic I chronology, then we can conclude that the trees which they have used to build the Lootsi ship have grown anywhere in the coastal area near Klaipeda. Motor sailboat Alar, and tomorrow we will go to an excursion in Hiiumaa. I don't know exactly the route. Priit knows. Good, thank you. And Priit says that we will see it. And some years ago, I sampled this motorboat inside, again in the premise that it will never navigate in the sea. The history of the boat is crucial. It has been built in Estonia, in Hiiumaa, but the timber has been brought from the neighboring island, Saaremaa. And it has bared different names. It has been long in Hamburg, and it was repaired in Hamburg also with oak details. Generally, it's a pine boat, not oak, but some details are made of oak there. And then in the United Kingdom, it has sailed and then taken over the Atlantic, and then to Denmark, and last returned to Estonia to be retired here in Hiiumaa. And until now, I succeeded to date only some pine samples from that 1929, but it is known that the boat was built 10 years later. So I don't know why it was so. Maybe there were some 10 rings removed from the surface. Nargen wreck. Nargen is the other name, the old name from the Naissaar Island. And here, as an exception, these samples were taken out from under the water, not from the soil. And Kaido Peremees was also that man who had taken them out. The central part is the end of the mast of that wreck. It was so huge, and the weight was a little bit more than 60 kilograms when I got it. Then I crossed and made a more suitable part to space it under the microscope and to measure the 3 rings here. This liner is 30 centimeters long here. And it was possible to date it. And some details from oak again. And the oak detail at left gave the date 1526, again after that year. And the most similar reference was from East Pomerania in Poland. It was made by Thomas Ważny, a Polish dendrochronologist. And the mast pine, the center, and this one, 1512, and it's quite close to the oak detail. And the similar reference came from Sweden, Upland, composed by Thomas Bartholin. And all these results doesn't say us the workshop where the ship was made, because in big workshops it is possible that the timber was bought from different countries. This is only the dendrochronological results here. Rälbi wreck from island of Vormsö or Ormsö in Swedish. 11 samples, and at left you see the location in time scale of these 3 ring series. These are very different, and these are pine samples. Pine has also sapwood and heartwood, but width of sapwood in pine is extremely fluctuating, so it is not a good indicator, and therefore it doesn't help usually to date. But the latest one, the lower here, is probably with veiny edge under the bark surface, and it gave the date 1842, and with the local pine chronology. So very clearly Rälbi wreck is a local made boat from local pine trees. Tagalahe wreck, northwestern Saaremaa island, the neighboring country. Again, Maili Royo, archaeologist, brought me these 7 samples, but they seem grey and they were much eroded. And first I even hesitated what tree species is it, but apparently it's still pine. And it was possible to date against Haapsalu pine chronology, and again relatively late. Also it looks very ancient here, the status of the sample. Well, make some conclusions. The dated shipwreck samples up to now by 3 rings locate or extend on the time scale as is seen here in this graph. The oldest 2 are surely the Peter, and it is oak. Here are the species of the main 3 species of the ship. And next is a Lootsi, which is under investigation now. Peter wreck is older, but Lootsi is bigger, and these are somewhat similar. Then there are 4 old wrecks again, and here is a gap actually. Nearly 100 years gap. And if we look what time period is it about 1500 to 1650, and it coincides with the so-called Livonian War at that time. And I don't know, I'm not historian, how the war affected shipbuilding, but by chance from that time we have no ships built. And the newer ships are here, and the latest, the more recent is a motor ship Alar, made of pine. And again, the Alar investigation is not finished, because I didn't reach to bring here the dates of the oak repairments from that ship. Well, and now try to put these data on geographical map. Well, here are again, here are the best references for these ships. and it means that timber used for building of these ships originate from these regions. And here, the same ships, according to the origin of their construction timber, these ships have been constructed from pine wood, and as a rule, these are local. So Estonians built also seagoing ships of pine and of local pine. These in the lower part of the map are the older ships. Here are the dendrodates, and I stress once more that these are not the exact building or exact felling dates, but the terminus postquem. So a little bit later of these year numbers. And these are oaks. The oak trees have grown anywhere there. Some of them in northern Germany, here in eastern Germany, in Poland, near Gdansk in East Pomerania, and one of them in Lithuania, nowadays Lithuania, near Klaipėda. That was a famous Lord Sea ship. So there is a certain muster that Estonian ships made of pine, and these are newer, later, and older ships made mostly of oak, and this is brought from the southern coast of Baltic Sea. And one is from Stockholm also. There was for upland chronology. It was pine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alar. We have time for one question.
Thank you, Alar. There was another Kiikrigi 2 wreck was, according to Vallejos, it was built in very late 17th century, before the Nordic War, near Arkhangelsk. Is there any graphics or whatever, this northern Russia timber as well, to prove this theory?
Actually not, but maybe it is possible to find out them from some Soviet publications, in earlier publications. So at the moment I can't say if it's possible to date or not.
There is one comment more.
Yeah. Thank you, Alar, for a very good presentation. Just a very quick comment. In the beginning of your presentation, you said that we in Finland prefer to take core samples. That's not true. We prefer to take crosscuts as well. Sometimes you maybe have to take a core sample from a keel or something like that, but rather give you better material and give crosscuts.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my mistake. Sorry. Yeah.
Ma ütlen viimasena, las Urmas räägib enne.
Just a comment. Some years ago, we were with, I guess, I was with a Priit in one of the underwater archaeology conferences in France, and there was also presentation about the wood, what has been used to build the famous vasa, and a lot of different geographical places where the wood was cut, and there was one, and I waited personally, maybe there will be one piece of wood also from Estonia. Oh, it was one piece of wood from Lithuania. And now, if I just started to look at this, our Lotsi is, the wood is from Klaipėda area. Okay, now it sounds quite fair. That, yeah, I can forgive.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I noticed something on your slides, a ruler. I don't know if you know this ruler. It's a wooden ruler, and it's from Hiiumaa. 20 years ago, Paavo Pruuli, so 2005 in Christmas market, he won a souvenir competition. So I don't know if somebody noticed this ruler there, but the rulers were made out of bed frames, Christmas tree, and wood from the shed. So to date, almost 7 kilometers of the ruler has made, and the ruler is 21 centimeters long. So there's different types of wood there.
Yeah, that's fully right. And I had several rulers to use, and I namely choose this Hiiumaa ruler for that. You are right.
Thank you again. And now we are ready for our next speaker for the final presentation of this small conference. We are talking about maritime archaeology and the blue economy, challenges and opportunities. And the first challenge is getting the microphone on Isabella. And when we manage that, then
Okay.
perfect. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm going to do the last one. Although I'm used to doing hour-long sermons on biology, so this is going to be a really quick one from me. So although my background is in maritime archaeology, I now work in the sustainable blue economy sector and working with legislation and different kinds of governance issues. And I'll try to give you a little bit of an overview, what's happening out there and how actually archaeology can get involved a little bit more as well. So what is sustainable blue economy? So it's no longer just blue economy, but a sustainable version. So oftentimes everything associated with the ocean, be it fisheries, offshore energy, shipping, everything is associated under the sustainable blue economy. But currently with discussions going on around sustainability and issues around resilience during the climate change era, we're looking often towards what we can do to actually mitigate those kind of actions, either be it with fossil fuels and now going towards low emission fuels as well. Oftentimes cultural heritage is not the focus of those economistic models in a sense. So maybe those models can also integrate different kinds of community involvements. Currently, the maritime sector is very underemployed, so not a lot of people actually working in the sector. So the actual specialists that are out there are overworked, and not a lot of more people are coming on. And currently in April, the International Maritime Organization had a meeting on the Maritime Environment Protection Committee where new emission control areas were implemented and more targets were given. So this is a race to actually find a way to keep the shipping industry and everything associated in the blue economy to actually be able to sustain everything. In addition, cross-sector collaborations is very, very crucial. So, for example, wind farms is given here. Oftentimes, shipping sector and construction companies help establish the wind farms, and then the main companies start to get involved with the electricity and everything else. And now the biggest one is big data and digitalization. Oftentimes, it's no longer that open access data can be available for everyone, but bigger companies are taking it into their own hands. Now to the maritime archaeology part. Oftentimes the documents, be it in the EU Commission, be it under the UNESCO International Oceanographic Commission, focus on this kind of community involvement and indigenous people. But in terms of our local communities and everywhere else around the world, there's quite a lot of interface between maritime archaeology even then. So we can see it in the identity and belonging to a specific community or into various other communities. And we are able to actually help in marine spatial planning. So those kind of documents create this kind of interlinking systems as well. And then the most usual one is sustainable tourism. So it's not only us talking about the museums, but it's also about those countries where we have the cities near the seafront. So if the sea level rises, then we're going to lose a lot of the cities as well. So one of the major ways that archaeology can get involved is this kind of initiative, is bathymetric data collection under the International Hydrographic Organization, and it's being called crowdsourced bathymetry. So everyone can collect the data, and even archaeologists can use it. And one of the main contributors at the moment is Fugro, who actually does also salvage and research. They have LiDAR and all this technology at their hand and are already sharing this data. A commercial company is already doing it, so there's quite a lot of crucial overlap. And even though archaeology is dealing with a lot of cuts in budgets and everything, there's already a way to actually intersect with private sectors as well. So I like to use this kind of a graph, which is really interesting. Last year, at the Crowdsourced Bathymetry Working Group meeting, there was this workshop that dealt with the data. So usually the data that we see in the maps looks like this. But those white lines are actually the data that was collected by a shipping vessel that went through those areas. And especially when we look at the tracks, in Canadian waters, they actually found a shipping vessel that collected the data, went over the shoal, which is usually in the navigational charts over here. But unfortunately, because they were able to collect the data, and because they shared the data right away into the databases, the vessel traffic system in the Canadian fjords was actually able to move or tell the other ship that had bigger draught to actually change their course. Otherwise, they would have run aground. Because that shoal, no, this is not the one. This shoal had moved, and you can see the change in the data as well. This was too small of a difference for a bigger ship. Currently, a lot of discussion. So this is a map from 1997 that was published in the Science Journal. And this is a general prediction of what the world seabed actually looks like. In 1997, it looks like this. And currently, the general bathymetric chart of the oceans has gave this approximation. But the actual data of our seabed, and we can imagine how many shipwrecks there actually are, or any kind of maritime archaeology, is not a lot, because it's only 6% of the seabed has been mapped. And we know more about Mars than we know about our own seabed. So this is quite a crucial thing that we have to focus on. And this is, for example, what the private industry has been doing, or just people, individuals who are interested in collecting the data. So the previous map that I showed you, it looks really nice, but the actual data behind it is not that good. And we don't know the quality, so anymore it's not about the quality, it's just about the quantity now to actually be able to address the models that are being used in various situations. So when I'm discussing with different kinds of people on why to actually start collecting data, so Seabed 2030 project under the General Bathymetric Chart of the Oceans has given this kind of a list, which seems quite a lot. And quite a lot of things can be applied to maritime archaeology. So all this data is usable for any different kind of situations, but it's not being done to that kind of a scale. So maybe we can find a collaboration with them. And last year, when it was the conference on hazardous shipwrecks, There was a discussion about Prince of Wales, HMS Prince of Wales that sank off the coast of near Singapore. This kind of crowdsourced bathymetry, these kind of lines could have aided in the actual assessment of the salvage activities that happened, and they were unlawful, rather than using just satellite data. So hence these kind of things are emerging. Quite a lot is happening at the moment in Nice, France, because there's a UN Ocean Conference as well. To actually show you what's happening out there. So this is the number of data points for over the course of 10 years from Coriolis database, so sea surface temperature. Does it seem like enough across the world, in your opinion, for example? Does anyone have an opinion? Not quite a lot. And when I actually zoom into 5 days ago, it looked like this. This seems quite a lot more of data points, but in actuality, there's only a couple of hundred of buoys and different kinds of drifters collecting the data, and only 1,500 vessels just under general citizen scientific interests are collecting the data. So this is actually quite a dire situation, and in this kind of climate change environment, we are no longer able to actually verify our models or look at anything that is happening. So even the shipwrecks in various situations or any kind of ports or habitations in the water are now actually degrading quite a lot. So the data is not enough over there. So there's only quite some points from a couple of vessels. But the future at the same time could look like this. So under the Hydrographic Organization, they're now developing a new protocol of all the maps or navigational charts that the seafarers can look at. And already we can see that under the bathymetric surface as well, we can already see the shipwrecks. So maybe this can pique the interest of already just seagoing mariners to actually look at the data, as we saw with Velomas, and we've also seen with other captains that are interested in their heritage to actually continue this kind of work. So maybe in the future, this is a 3D model of what is out there, but if you go shopping for very specific things, you can tag on the filters that you want to see. The mariners can do the same thing, and already they're using the open source data. So the way forward, I would like to have cultural heritage be the focus of sustainable blue economy as well. And there's already a company in South Africa called Reckless Marine that is already contributing to these kind of charts out there. But there's not a lot of discussions of how those kind of charts could be used by research institutions or just citizen scientists themselves. There's quite a lot of legislation, and current understanding of the Council of the Baltic Sea States is quite limited on how these kind of data contributions could be used in the future. In addition, we could strengthen the data partnerships, so it's no longer just scientists behind their desk and the country saying, you have to go there, you have to do that, but it's already communication with the industries as well. It would be lovely to actually have some kind of a captain from Maersk telling me, oh yeah, I want to have data from that region, why? Oh, it might have been my family member was on board that ship. Can I fund it in a way? So that could be a really, really interesting thing to actually have that be the future. And especially with the indigenous rights, I've talked about it in various situations in different kinds of conferences. This kind of colonization process that has happened over the course of various decades and centuries, for example, in the Baltic Sea region, is very crucial. So we are indigenous people in a way, and we have to understand that our activities could be considered indigenous, and we could be in discussions with different kinds of other nations as well. So it's not only us in Europe standing here. So that's all for me. If there's any questions, I would rather keep it short and have more discussions, if anything.
Yes, do we have any questions? Comments? Suggestions even?
Yeah, please do. Helene.
So don't worry, Urmas. I will. So in our educational work this year, we're kind of focusing on work and jobs and occupations related to maritime things. Maritime archaeology is just one of the many things that you can do on the sea. So I know we're going to have some meetings and do some collaborations anyways, but there are a lot of parents and people who know kids here in this room also. What would you say, according to your kind of gut feeling, would be the, 3 to 5 jobs of the future maritime, blue economy, that you would, turn our gazes towards or would suggest youngsters to study?
So interdisciplinary science, so it's no longer just one specific thing, but it's already implementing, for example, with maritime archaeology, already marine physics and marine biology, because we have to look at the interconnectivity. So otherwise we will have a lot of people connected, but because there's not a lot of places in the industry at the moment, and yet there's a huge need. So probably that will be the interlinkage. The general thing is also going to be mariners. We're not going to get to autonomous vessels yet. This is still a thing of the future. As I showed you, the data is not there. We cannot actually do the work without the data and to actually get to the vessels, so mariners are going to be still in the future. Marine lawyers, anything about with marine law, so it isn't even anymore about admiralty, it's about different kinds of culture, heritage as well. And I think I will stick to that at the moment, because there's others as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
There's some online comments from Janneke Boss. Firstly, shipwrecks are not only in the S100, but also in the present S57 norms, in the electronic navigational chart. Secondly, not every shipwreck is presented in the ENC. Not every data set is free available for ENC production. That depends on the state.
Yeah, it depends. For example, I know that in Estonia has said that you can, if you collect anything from Estonian waters, it's accessible right away in every condition. But France, for example, has said that if you share the data into the international databases, then it has to be managed by the nation's own database, for example, SHOM in France, for 5 years, and after that 5 years they can actually integrate it into the international database. But they have the management rights, so it depends on where the data was collected, and it's a huge table. But for example, with North Korea, they have said no to anything, so if you collect the data, then the database already deletes the data out of everything, so that won't be shown as well. So that is correct, yeah.
Thanks for a very interesting presentation. Maybe I should know this, but when you're talking about the international database, what is it? Is there such a thing, that I should be aware of as a maritime archaeologist? Where does this data end up that might be collected?
Various databases. For example, the bathymetric database, as I showed you, I can go back a little bit. The main one, we are not sure which is the resolution at the moment, because it varies in regions, but this is the best one at the moment for general charts. But there's also Coriolis and Copernicus that are under the EU legislation, but there's also under the NOAA, so the US databases that they manage. So there's various ones, but the European main ones under Copernicus, and there was another one. Sea Data Net is also another one that you can use.
But is this something like, let's say, an individual ship or the captain of this ship decides that they will, as they are transporting their cargo, they will also collect data? Could that end up at at one of these international databases? And how would that happen?
This is already here. For example,
Yeah.
Maersk is already collecting this kind of data.
And they have somebody who kind of delivers it to these.
So it's already automated. So they have a different data logger that is automatically sending the data. So it has to come through the company because of all the legislations. But otherwise, yes, that is already automated. So majority of the sensors that are put on, they already have that automation. So you have the latest data. And the same with meteorological data. For example, pirates are already using those databases to actually pirate some of the
I was just about to say that's great, but now I'm not sure that that's great. But
no, it's great.
What would also be then great is that there would be one page where you could, have like links to all the, as many links as possible to international databases. But
there's so many. And the main one is definitely going to be Copernicus and even the international organizations. Hopefully IMO will be one of the main organizations to hold the database information as well.
There are also some comments from Janneke. She shared international database, for example, European Marine Observation and Data Network, and marine data sets, access and download data from UKHO. Important to understand that the UKHO shipwreck database is accurate for the UK, but not for other countries.
So the wreck database is very per the country as well, because they're in the ownership of some of the countries. Are there any other comments?
She just corrected IHO, not IMO, International Hydrographic Office.
Yeah.
There's on the screen as well.
IMONET, that was the one, yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much to all the presenters. It has been fun, I must say. Thank you to all your listeners in here in Hiiumaa and also online. We have successfully navigated through 2 days, and it is interesting. It was obviously by design, but how the conference reflects the same historical timeline, starting with memoirs and a little bit of nostalgia and maybe even peculiar sounding descriptions of the early fieldworks, now ending with international databases and natural sciences. And this is the logical way how things tend to work. But a couple of keywords I would still like to stress out and emphasize. Luck has been used for many times here in many presentations, and this absolutely is true whether you are, I don't know, making your diving mask out of window glass and toothpaste tube, or trying to assess the provenance of a timber using a microscope, or conducting sonar surveys. Luck is extremely... We were very lucky at the moment. Luck is extremely important and vital, but Vello Mesh always said that nothing ever comes easy, but if you work enough, then luck will find you, and this definitely is true. The second keyword is enthusiasm, because you have to be enthusiastic what you do. Otherwise it wouldn't probably work, and we have seen a lot of enthusiasm here also in the presentations. And third, the interdisciplinarity. We are, in the sense, standing on the shoulders of these pioneers, the early masters of their craft, if you will, who really wanted to do something, to get something done. And now we have all those vast arrays of methodology, theoretical approaches and technology available to really make something of that data. And I'm so happy to see that we, even in this, in the framework of this small conference, I think managed to demonstrate that. So again, thank you very much for coming. I hope you enjoy Hiiumaa. We will have the short tour tomorrow, and it has been said that I have guided the tour, but we have Monika, Meeli and Teele in the bus who are really actually from Hiiumaa, so I'm extremely interested to see how soon will they throw me out of the bus. Now just a couple of administrative organizational things that Lisette wants to share with you.
Yes, before you all go on and continue your discussions on these interesting topics, I just want to note that we don't have like a collective dinner organized for today, but you are more than welcome to stay in Tuuletorn because the cafe Ruudi is open until 9 p.m, I believe. And about tomorrow's excursions, we hope that each and every one of you can join us. Even those who arrived with your own transport, you can park your car at Suuremaisa, which is the designated endpoint of a tour tomorrow. And our tour bus will depart Käina at 9:30 to collect you from Suuremaisa. So you can drive back to Lookase Hotel, and we can all start our tour from there. What else? If you have any emergencies or questions, you have my phone number, I believe, on the printout of the program. So feel free to get in touch if you have any concerns. Thank you all. I hope you have a nice evening.
I would like to thank this lovely lady here who organized this event. I believe we have all really enjoyed those 2 days, and tomorrow is going to be great as well. But I truly hope that you also see how wonderful event you put together, and that you get more confidence from it, from this experience. And we really thank you for this. I also wanted to say thank you to Priit. It was really helping a lot. When we were a little bit nervous with Lisette already, he said, are we going to make it or how it's going to go? Then we just calm down, it's going to be great and we will have enough people and everything. So thank you for supporting, thank you for thinking about the content. And I've been hearing too much lately, the past 2 weeks, that he really likes beers. We have to thank leidudele. Thank you for just coming along and helping with all the small details.
Täpselt.